how we roll, man. Some rock, some win, some 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 win, man. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some roll. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. Some rock, some win, some win. Some rock, some win, some roll, man. 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 This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man.
Welcome to Control Alt Compete. I'm Max. With me is Jordan. Today we're doing Rocket League, and we're going to start, if I can refresh my little tournament window here, Jordan, we're going to start with, I believe, round 2 of the winner's side of the bracket. That is the third SFU team up against the second UBC team. We're just waiting to get the lobbies reset. And we have, I'm going to move my light out of the way because I can't see my screen. There we go. Jordan, have you seen any of these guys play? I know you've seen some people on UBC play in this one before. Muted. Jordan, we're gonna fix Jordan's mic here. So while we do that, what we're doing here, this is Control Alt Compete. brought to you by the Vancouver Esports Association, production handled by TGS, that's the gaming stadium, and Mountainside Games, organizing and promoting the event. In coalition with the schools you see at the bottom, schools like UBC, SFU, Douglas, Langara, Cap College, or Cap University now. Sorry, I just dated myself. And Thompson Rivers University, UFV as well. So it's a mix. We got 4 sports over the weekend: Smash, Valorant, League of Legends, and Rocket League tonight. Teams competing to be the best school overall. I don't know what happened in the Smash tournament last night. I don't know if Jordan does. Do we have Jordan now? There we go.
Be able to hear me loud and clear now? All right, there we go. Love to hear that. I did not catch any of the Smash tournament last night, though I know they had some great matches and obviously some phenomenal competition. To answer your previous question, Max, yes, I have seen some of these players play in the past. Padster on the UBC B team, obviously a regular in the TGS tournaments, as well as competes in other collegiate opportunities and games like that. So, we're looking for pretty much a stacked lineup from the UBC team. Fervent as well is another player who is a regular in our scene. So this is going to be some great competition, and you love to see the collegiate battles between Simon Fraser and UBC. Obviously, both Vancouver and Greater Vancouver area teams, so you love the local battles.
Yeah, and I mean, Fervent and Padster normally play with a different third. Fatal MB, their substitute. I was talking to Pad earlier. He feels they can compete with this roster at like a Grand Champ 1, Grand Champ 2 level, which will bode well against most of these squads, I'm thinking. And as you said, we've seen Padster and Fervent all over the place. Padster is in the murk as I believe, are getting underway. Let's hop down to field level, lobby. Jordan. Best of 5 here? Or are we doing a lag test? Is this the lag test? I'm not sure.
They might be testing.
I mean, Padster going for a ceiling shot doesn't seem like the normal Padster type of play. So I'm thinking we're doing like a lag test or something, or we're playing in the gaming stadium and the observer hadn't joined yet. This is the UBC B team, though. This is not the A team we're going to see in our next series. That's Frodo, Harry, Lakers, and Ski. It'll be interesting to see what this B team does. This Pad with the grad school cap on, off the sidewall. He's going to look for a pass. They're looking to try to set up Fatal early. He almost gets a second one. Pad ends up with the shot. This SFU team is great name, Canadasian Groig. You'll love to see it. And a name I'm not going to pronounce. We're going to call him AV. I'm not going to even try it. Best of 5 here, I believe, in the upper part of the bracket. Nearly a breakaway goal for SFU.
Players looking very solid in lobby currently.
UBC giving up a little bit of backboard here. Good clear there by Canadasian. Pad the shot. It's soft and it's high. The follow from Fatal not there.
Yeah, great save by the blue team, and great start by I believe it's SFU on that side, who is pushing hard to keep the UBC team at bay at this point.
Pad, a little dump and chase. He'll pass it off his back wall. They're both there. Fervent will go up for it, drops it back down to Pad. Not sure what the plan there was for the boys in red. That's UBC. In the blue, more teal for them, is going to be the third SFU team. Fervent looking to air dribble it over everybody. And he did over everybody, including the goal. Pat gets blocked there. Canadasian all over the defense here.
And we've seen Pad rock that Merc at a few tournaments now, and honestly, getting shots like that and that crazy huge hitbox, adds a really interesting element to the gameplay, in my opinion.
And it is not a troll pick by Pad. This is I would say at this point probably his main. As Canadasian gets another save, Fatal's going to look to keep it in. He was a Dominus player when I met him, another giant hitbox, but it's flat. The Merc is just big in all ways.
One could argue the Merc has become Pad's signature vehicle in tournaments, where he puts a stamp on his brand when playing in game.
And you see a guy load into a lobby in a Merc, you're like, oh, this guy, he does not care.
This guy is not messing around.
Lovely save by Groig. Guad? I don't know, it might be French. Fervent. They're just doing such a good job keeping the ball in this SFU half.
SFU with a nice clear to get that all the way down to the other end, but again, a great save coming back on the backside by Padster to force it out, and a great follow by Fervent to put our second goal in the net, 2-0 with 2:08 left in the game.
And there you see the chemistry of Padster and Fervent, who've played a ton together in this game. AV had no chance at that one. Just a rocket off the front end of the car there.
When you spent that much time on the field together, it's a hard chemistry to break. But SFU coming back here with a great face-off and a good initial touch, burying it into UBC's corner, hoping to get a nice center ball. Nothing there. Padster's able to push that away out of harm's way.
Fervent, he got a reset. He'll use it to go over the first defender, bumps the second, but Canadasian scrambles back for the save. The hard carry on defense for Canadasian, keeping SFU in this game. 100 seconds left, and AV back for the save.
Dangerous touch, almost put his teammate hung out to dry there, as just barely went off the post. As Double A is pushing it back down towards the UBC end, hoping to get a nice touch in there, not quite coming their way. Canadasian up in the air to challenge that play, and UBC back down to the SFU end.
Oh, what a pass by Fatal. Fervent didn't trust. He didn't believe in the pass. Paddle just let that go. Fervent, they want to pass. Fatal's there. Fatal can't hit the redirect.
A nice opportunity for a touch there. Couldn't get the one they wanted, but Simon Fraser coming back with a nice shot off the wall. Padster is there with a quick save, though.
Fervent. Oh, the fake kept everybody down. Pad gets the shot off.
Good save in front of the net there again by Simon Fraser. They're playing great defense, even with the scoreline still being 2-0. They've put up some amazing saves so far.
Pad centering. AV's there. A weak touch by Grog. Nobody's there to punish for UBC. A low boost for Canadasian here.
Yeah, won't have enough boost to make a play. Unfortunate. UBC's looking tough in this game so far as they get a nice shot on net coming in from Fatal, but not quite enough to put it in the net. Simon Fraser's back on their heels, just looking to keep the ball out of the net. Hopefully they can get one in, even up the scoreline a little bit in these last few seconds, but looking unlikely as this first game is going to go the way of UBC.
And Fatal will put the nail in the coffin to make it 3-0 here in game one. But this is literally impossible at this point. So we're just going to say UBC be 1-0 up in this series.
Great.
Winners semis. Game one over here. Fervent, the 8-shot, 2-assist MVP. And SFU's gonna have to find a way to break out there break out of defense somehow, because that shot total. Let me do some quick bad maths. 15-1.
Yeah, that looks about right on our end, and I'm seeing a total of that one shot on Simon Fraser's end. You're not going to be scoring in Rocket League unless you're putting up big numbers. Unfortunately, those shot totals need to be up near the 5, 6, 7 range if you want to just get one in. Again, when you have players that are putting up big saves every game, like this UBC team, it's going to be a tough battle to beat.
And if your one shot in the game isn't on target, like this one was, Canadasian's only shot off the post, you got to at least force these guys to make saves. I want to see if they're it's not this simple, but I want to see if they can find a way to quote unquote expose Fatal. Find Fatal in net, take shots, see what he's got. Make him show you he can play at the level that Pad and Fervent always play at. That's the one unknown about this squad right now.
Are you looking for a fatal mistake on the part of UBC here?
Nailed it. I want to see a Fatal mistake forced. I don't want to, I hate unforced errors, but put the pressure on Fatal. See if he can play at this pace.
Again, we've seen these players, Padster and Fervor, and again put up crazy games. So again, you've got to find a weak point and exploit it quickly if they want to come back in the series.
Oh yeah, 3 or 4 tournaments I played against Padster, and now I only play with him. Oh,
Smart
near
man.
own goal, Fervent couldn't read it. Can they get it clear? It's just floating across the net. This, folks, This, folks, is a grand champion Rocket League lobby right here. No doubt.
As we see,
messed everybody up so much.
As we see all Simon Fraser players buried on their own goal line, just trying to keep the ball out of the net, and thankfully they were able to. 1 minute into this game, still 0-0 at this point, as Patster's looking to get out of his own zone, but is turned back quickly by Simon Fraser, so they get a great shot on net. Canada Asian had to be quick on that one, and Fervent gets a nice touch in front of the net.
Seeing how this team is composed, Canada Asian looks orders of magnitude better than his two teammates here. Not to call out AV and Grog, but this has been the Canada Asian show when SFU has had possession. It's been all him.
Yeah, and you look at and a great shot. Oh my goodness, Canada Asian coming across the crossbar. Huge save on part of Simon Fraser, but a bad touch that could cost them. Oh, off the post, and Padster comes in and cleans up, as a bad touch in the slot there by AV just caused an unfortunate play for Simon Fraser, as the UBC B team goes up 1-0 with 3 minutes and 18 seconds left.
One of the things you'll see when you get up to a certain level in Rocket League is the cascading effect of a single miss in a lobby like this, where nobody's expecting it, so everybody then misses or is thrown off after that. So Fatal didn't expect people to get through to take that shot. He could have put that in, but he was already driving away. Fervent controlling into the corner, gets it center as Groig passes it out. I'm never gonna remember to get that. I just don't see the eye. Fervent with the drop down. Oh, what a pass! The pad Fervent connection is still there.
I mean, these two players have obviously played a few games together. When you're putting up passes like that, your teammate's already there, ready and waiting to just slam dunk it on the other team. An absolute beauty of a goal coming from the Fervent Padster combination.
Groig looking to dribble. Can't get past Fatal. Fatal playing up to his teammates here. AV pops it. They're going the wrong direction though. Groig only as far as Pad. Can't get out of their defending third. Has his shot saved away. Fatal's got to rush back for it.
Fatal with a nice play in the corner, puts it out of harm's way, and is able to pass it to Fervent, who's in the slot with boost. Can they get the boost reset? Not quite.
Again, just
jumbles in the corner.
The respect they have given to Fervent. When he hit that reset, everybody assumed, oh, he's going to hit it again. His whiff, nobody was ready to clear that away. Fervent, centered, Padster, off the post. And he'll want that one back, no doubt. Just 2-0 here. SFU hanging around.
Padster with a great opportunity there in front. Couldn't get the touch they wanted and just went on the outside of the post. You know, again, it's a game of millimeters in Rocket League when it comes to these touches, as hitboxes react differently on the ball, and you know that can be the difference of a goal or not.
Canada Asian gets it just as far as his offensive corner before Fervent's out for the pass. Pad can't find the angle. I think he might have cut off Fatal there. I think Fatal had an easier shot at it. Fervent's up for a second one, but Canada Asian's already there on the backboard.
The dangerous triple commit coming up from UBC. Even when they're up on the score line, still all three players pressuring that ball, forcing Simon Fraser back into their own net.
This is a UBC team that I recognize, which is this is how they play when they know that they have it.
Yeah, I mean UBC spent the entirety of this game in Simon Fraser's half. In all reality, so it's going to be a tough ask for Simon Fraser to get a couple on the scoreline here and even things up this late in the game.
8 shots to 2, though. On paper, a bit more of an even one. Canada Asian's been able to pull off some solo plays here that have led to scoring opportunities. Fervent, the fake, the flick. Can he catch back up to it for the hook shot? He can't. He's going to have to look for a pass now. Fatal on the free jump, puts it wide.
And a great dribble down the slot by Fervent there to force an opportunity. Just not enough time to get that last touch on it. But again, a very dangerous play nonetheless.
Throwing low boost here is Fatal. Takes it away. He's looking for the second touch. Knocked out of there by Canada Asian, who's been phenomenal off the backboard defensively for this SFU team. Easily the bright spot in this one.
Absolutely. Canadation's done a great job of just controlling things. That way there's not these second, third, fourth bounces, which is where you get into a lot of trouble in Rocket League servers when you have players like Padster floating around the net waiting to clean up any junk that's hanging around.
They're keeping it up. Pad couldn't get the shot on. Hits the crossbar. 2-0 again. And that'll put UBC, the B team, on double match point here in our first game with Control Alt Compete. I'm Max, that's Jordan. Jordan, Fatal just 74 points in that one. That was more what I was expecting this UBC B team to look like. But again, the game one a stronger showing from them, as if you pulled it back a little bit.
Looking at the stat line here again, UBC put up 10 shots to Simon Fraser's 2. You're not going to be able to compete heavily on games if you're not putting up shots at a serious volume. And again, Simon Fraser's got to find a way to get them on net, force those second opportunities, and get players, second opportunities in the slot where none of these outside shots are really making a difference in the lobby, so to speak.
Get ready here for game number 3. That's true. A lot of those, they've had those shots, but have they truly been scoring opportunities? I can't think off the top of my head of a time where I've seen a shot go on net where I wasn't like, Fervent's got that, no problem. It's been scoring opportunities in the sense that there are shots going at net, but they're not. The shots aren't good enough to beat these defenders, basically.
Unfortunately, no. And, UBC's finding a way to get up high and get shots that are from off angles, which are super dangerous and hard to defend against. But we'll see if Simon Fraser can counter on this last, potentially last game match point here.
Into game 3. Let's start with this. Can SFU score a goal? Fervent's flick trickles all the way in. 12 seconds in, 1-0. You don't want to be clean swept, and that's what's happening right now. 4-0 on the series score, 2-0 in games, and an early start for Fervent.
I don't know how that flick got through. All 3 Simon Fraser players just missing that ball as it just trickled its way through to the front of the net. An unfortunate start to this game, but let's see if Simon Fraser can pull it back right here as Canadian picks up the ball in the half wall. It's a nice touch towards the UBC end, but it's challenged quickly again by Padster.
Pad looking for a second one. Little air roll shot. Groig is there. Put it just as far as Fervent. But Canadian takes over that dribble. I don't think that was Fervent's plan. Canadian up with 10 boosts. He's not going to have enough to pull that one off. Everybody's committing, and that'll leave it open for Fatal. He can't quite hit that. Was going for a little fancy goal there, I think. Unnecessarily upside down.
When you're upside down in the slot, there's no one in front of you in the net, you have to ask, what did I do?
Fatal looking to kickstart his own air dribble. He's lost control. He's able to get back to it. Nice adjustment midair for Fatal. Pad looking for the double, but he gets bumped. Pad hates that. That's my strategy when playing against him.
A big demo coming up from Fervent there in the corner as forcing Simon Fraser to regroup quickly as the ball's still buried in their corner.
Canadian looking to dribble Fatal. Fatal, what a 50-50 right there. Fatal looking to fake with 0 boost. Pad gets it up and over 1. He's got enough boost, but a good challenge by Canadian, who has been up to the task defensively in all 3 of these games. The lack of offense that's been a problem for SFU. Giving up 2 goals in the game in Rocket League, not bad. Those are winnable, but you got to score some. That one just going to trickle across. Padster pulls out of the challenge. Didn't want to commit on the goal line there.
And like you said, 2 goals is still a very winnable game in Rocket League. It only takes a matter of seconds to get a couple quick ones. But if you're not putting shots up, nothing's going to go on the net. To quote the ever-famous Wayne Gretzky, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and UBC is not, or Simon Fraser's not taking nearly enough at this point.
There's one that AV should have had, no doubt. Groig has a scoring opportunity here as Canadian gets the demo on Fervent, just as I quietly suggested in between games in chat. And the shot's not there for Groig. The pinch is going to get by Fervent, though. Took him by surprise. That was a close one. They'll want that one back, no doubt. Groig up off the backboard. Is there a follow-up for SFU? No. That's the problem. When there's been scoring opportunities, it often takes 2 cracks at it in Rocket League, even in the best of times. And there's no follow-up for SFU.
But that's been the best attacking I've seen from Simon Fraser so far in this series. That was a few, looked like about 45 seconds of sustained pressure on their part. As Groig coming back in here, look, Canadasian looking for the center, not quite there. Hands off to AV for a quick touch to the high slot.
Groig back pass there. Canadasian gets dunked by Fervent. AV. Fervent off the wall, pads pre-jumping. Everybody's gonna whiff on that one.
All three UBC players crashing the net, looking to just get a touch on there. Simon Fraser cannot counter quickly enough to get the ball back into the UBC end.
And the reason they cannot counter quickly enough, I've been noticing this all series, this pad puts this one high. This is a symptom of playing against a team who's just higher skill ceiling than you are. They've been out of boost pretty much all game, all series SFU has. They've been struggling. They've been using a lot of boost, trying to keep pace, I think, at a pace that they're not used to playing, especially with Pad and Fervent, as another passing play nearly comes through. And on that instance, when there was a triple commit, there's been a couple in this one from UBCB who's getting a little bit sloppy, I think, with their timing and their commitments here. There's been a couple, but they've not been punished because nobody on SFU has boost to do anything, even when UBC triple commits on offense.
Yeah, when your second and third players don't have the boost or the speed to even counter any sort of triple commit plays, like even here, all Simon Fraser needed to do was get a quick touch up, and that's a lot better as to what we're expecting out of AV, getting that quick counter. That's going to put Simon Fraser in a better position for scoring opportunities, but with 23 seconds left, they're running out of time in a hurry here.
As if you need something right now, but Fatal snuffs out that attack before it starts. Pad looking to put it away, no. As we enter the final 10 seconds of play, SFU again, after pretty solid offense in the middle part of this game, hemmed in on defense. Pad's going to turn it back off the backboard. He wants a second touch. Canadasian will clear that away. This game will end as soon as the ball touches the ground. Fervent kept it up. Canadasian drops it down. Oh, the bounce up off Padster's car. There is a chance.
Dangerous
Keep
touch
it
into the
up now.
slot
No.
there. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate, as UBCB, as I predicted before this game, move on to the winners finals, where they will play the winner of one of the SFU teams and the other. No, UBCO and UBC, I think, is our next one. Hold on.
I believe we have UBC Okanagan versus
Yes.
UBC Vancouver. UBC Vancouver being headed up by Ski, and UBC Okanagan being headed up by Quad Burger. So again, great matchup there. We're looking forward to having those teams compete in Control Alt Compete, as we have a great opportunity here to showcase some collegiate esports.
And Quad Burger is a very good player. This is the matchup in the semifinals that I think has the potential to be close, if not an upset. I'm not sure. Are we taking a break? Somebody tell me in my ear.
I believe we are going to take a quick break
Okay.
and set up the next lobby. So we will be right back. Don't go anywhere, and we'll come back for more Control Alt Compete very soon. Hello and welcome back. Thank you for joining us at Control Alt Compete. I'm Jordan. With me is Max today. And Max, we are hopping into our next lobby here momentarily. We have UBC Okanagan versus UBC Vancouver. So again, two schools that are, of the same brand but of different parts in British Columbia. Should be a great game as we have some familiar faces like Ski and Frodo on UBC Vancouver, as well as Quad Burger on the Okanagan team.
Yeah, I mean, again, we got a matchup of guys that I hate playing against and would prefer to play with and try to avoid at all times. Frodo is maybe the most frustrating player I've ever come across in Rocket League. Um, yeah, because I'm not ranked high enough to run into pros really, unless I'm playing with Frodo. Quadburger though is gonna. I mean, Quadburger is the known quantity for me on UBCO. He is quite the player. He is at that level, 1900 MMR sometimes, depending on how much he's playing at a given moment. I don't know PC and Crabs in the Bucket, his teammates. So just like with Fatal MB in our last matchup, how Quadburger's teammates are playing tonight is going to determine what kind of series we see here. But because of how good Quadburger is, it would not astound me to see UBCO take a game off of this UBC team.
Absolutely. And before we get into this lobby, I just want to go over some of the point ranking system for this Control Alt Compete event. Again, schools competing through a variety of games for the point structure. They will be, looking to receive points from the Smash event that happened yesterday. They'll be receiving points today from the Rocket League event and next weekend from Valorant as well as League of Legends. As you can see on your screen now, first place is for 15 points, second is 12 points, third 10 points, fourth is 9 points, fifth and sixth will be 7, seventh and eighth will be 5 points, and 9 through 12 will be 2 points. So again, points being awarded per team, per game as a representation of that school.
And as you can see from this winner's semifinals, UBC and Simon Fraser University are going to get multiple kicks at the can here in Rocket League in terms of finishing. Between the two UBC squads, I would be blown away if one of those two teams didn't win this tournament, unless there's another squad that lurking in the losers, the lower part of the bracket, rather, that we may not know about yet. I'm hopeful that my alma mater, the University of Victoria, can make a great lower bracket run. That's my hope.
Yeah, as a former student as well, I'm really looking forward to seeing these teams compete. And again, UBC and Simon Fraser always putting up some of the best teams in British Columbia. But I love seeing schools like Langara, like Capilano, and some of the other lower mainland schools putting up highly competitive teams and overall good plays throughout the tournament. Again, the more players we have in the scene, the more fun we get to have. So I'm just happy to see an event like this going on that's supporting the collegiate scene.
Winner of this, as I said, moves on to play the team we just saw win. That's UBC's B team. Loser goes on to play the UVic Vikes in round 2 of the lower bracket. I believe that will be off stream, as we will have the winner of this game against UBCB, I think, coming up next. I think that's the plan.
I believe that's the plan. I'd have to take a look at the bracket and double check that. But again, we have more awesome Rocket League coming your way. We have more awesome games. And again, supporting collegiate Rocket League, supporting collegiate esports in general as a growing space is something we strive here to do at Control Alt Compete.
Looks like the players are starting to jump in. Let's do this.
Let's get into lobby as we have the UBC Vancouver versus UBC Okanagan. And a quick face-off coming out there as UBCO gets the initial win.
This is, I will say, just for some context for our viewers out there who may not know the local Rocket League scene, this UBC squad, easily a top 32 collegiate Rocket League team in all of North America, that is including the United States and Mexico. This is a legitimate team. They play together all the time. They practice together, and they're all incredibly high-ranked and skilled. As Ski puts it in off the pass from Frodo. If there were to be a betting line on this, which there isn't because that's illegal, this UBC Vancouver team would be heavy favorites.
Yeah, and again, this, like you said, this team plays at a professional caliber level. They are, playing against some of the best teams in the world, not to mention British Columbia, so I expect them to go far in this tournament and beyond.
Also, a little bit of personal context. before I made the switch to PC, and before he made the switch to PC, Harry Lakers and I were the top 2 ranked PS4 players in British Columbia. And
Now
I
see-
was so far below him, I never have played against him.
Yeah, that's we'll call that a peak performance, so to speak.
Yeah. As Harry off the corner looking for Ski. Ski can't put that on. Look for Ski to just be the smart kind of third man player. Frodo is a phenomenal ones player. Harry Lakers just a really good offensive minded threes player. Ski is kind of the backbone of this squad, the way the team is composed right now.
Absolutely, and I've seen Frodo put up some phenomenal plays, so expecting some unbelievable plays, but his crabs
There
in
it
a
is.
bucket and Peace with the finish. All right, UBCO off to a great start as they get a nice touch off the bar there, and Peace came in and finished that. Beautiful shot, and UBC Vancouver just couldn't get in place for defense there.
I sat on my mute button. My apologies. I muted myself. That was I was saying that was particularly a noteworthy goal because it wasn't scored or assisted by Quadburger. He made the initial touch, but it was crabs in a bucket making the play to beat Harry Lakers to the crossbar that allowed that open net for, I don't know, are we going to say Peace or PC? I feel like it's PC.
PC, yeah, I think it's PC. That probably makes a lot more sense.
Quadburger gets a demo, and we're seeing that this UBCO team capable of at least keeping pace with UBC Vancouver. Crabs in a bucket. Looking like a ones player here with the slow down. Looking at 50 Frodo. And right there, Jordan, is why I hate playing against Frodo. I swear he's never lost a 50-50 in his life. He doesn't. It's perfect every time.
Unbelievable positioning in front of the net there, not letting anything come out, and even gets the control off the 50-50, right? It's less about winning that 50-50, it's more can you keep the control after the 50-50, and I think that's what separates Frodo from the pack.
Ski is up. He's got the shot. Oh, it's just high. Crossbar and out. That was inches from crossbar and in, though. Frodo beats Quad.
Grabs in the bucket with a nice clear, but again, Frodo forcing it back towards the front of the net. Ski looking to get a play in. Has boost, but crabs in a bucket with a great defensive play, forcing that back ball back to the UBC Vancouver side.
We're still here, I think, in the feeling out stage as Quadburger just beat Ski to that ball. Oh, and Ski's going to probably feel like he should have demoed Quadburger a little earlier there. It looked like he made contact with his car, but front end of that hitbox from the Dominus is actually not there. The hitbox starts a little bit further in from the nose of the car model. That's why I don't like that car. Frodo whiffing off the backboard, and a dunk by Quad sets it up in the middle. Nobody's there for UBCO, though.
I'll be sure to file your complaint with Psionics on the Dominus. I'm sure they'll take that
they
into
know.
consideration.
That's on purpose. That's the thing. They do that on purpose. They don't all match the hitbox perfectly. Dominus matches it better than the Octane, which is my car. So I don't know. I don't know why I even said that.
And PC with a huge touch. What a play off the backboard there. I believe that was who was that on the backside there? Oh, Harry Lakers just couldn't get control off the backboard, and PC punishes UBC Vancouver.
I don't think UBC Vancouver was ready for how good this UBCO team was going to be. I know they all know Quadburger. I know that for a fact, but I feel like they were giving him some space, feeling him out, letting him, let's see what they can do, and have been surprised by what PC and Crabs in a Bucket have been able to do then.
Yeah, two unknown just coming out here swinging and putting UBC Vancouver really back on their heels. As 3-1 here, a 2-goal advantage on the UBC Okanagan side with only a minute left in play here. UBC Vancouver has got to turn up the heat if they want to turn this game around.
Well, Ski tried to cut that angle short and put it near post. Everything that UBC Vancouver's thrown at them, UBCO has been game for. They've answered every question on defense, and they've capitalized on every mistake so far on offense.
Yeah, they've had quite a few answers, which I didn't expect them to have for the offensive push of UBC Vancouver. But again, as we come back down to the last 30 seconds here, Vancouver's got to turn up the heat. They need to get some shots on net. They need to be more offensive. They want to close this scoring gap with just 20 seconds left on the clock.
Crabs in a Bucket wins the 50 against Frodo. And that'll make Harry Lakers have to spend all of his boost in about 20 seconds setting up a play that goes nowhere. And this is going to do it. Barring an absolute miracle, Game 1 is going to go to UBC Okanagan in what I would call an upset. But like I said, PC and Crabs in a Bucket, the two players on the squad that we don't know anything about. They could be better than Quadburger. That's the beauty of a tournament like this, when you get new teams you haven't seen before.
I mean, Quadburger is bottom of the standing sheet there with 318 points. Look at PC and Crabs in a Bucket putting up great point values, good shots coming out from PC there. UBC Vancouver is going to have to turn it up if they want to make a difference for this next few games here.
They did control the pace of play. They did. 9 shots to 4 there, but the shots were not as hairy. Like the shots that UBCO was getting were open nets, easier goals to score. The degree of difficulty outside of that first goal really wasn't super high on the UBCO goals. But that's usually not a problem for a team like UBC Vancouver. This is a team that can score a high degree of difficulty goals, and you'll see players like Harry Lakers going for stuff that it doesn't look like he knows what he's doing, but he does. He always does. If you're a not so seasoned Rocket League viewer, it might not look like he knows what he's doing.
Hey, to be fair, all these players look like they know what they're doing compared to what I look like I'm doing up there on the Rocket League field. As Quadburger goes up for a good save, but again is challenged quickly by Harry Lakers. Little boost left, looking for that double touch. Not quite there. Frodo came in for the secondary shot. It's hovering in front of the net. And finally the clear coming up for UBC Okanagan.
Harry looking to pass out of defense. That's something this UBC team loves to do. Frodo off the backboard. The shooter has been demolished as Ski disappears from play. They'll just pop it up. Quadburger answering that question, no problem. They'll drop it for Harry.
And Quadburger is quarterbacking this play for Okanagan. Great saves. Again, quick passes out, getting those quick breakout passes, giving PC an opportunity to get those shots on net.
It's a good observation. He is really fermenting himself there in that third position, just sitting back, keeping the play in front of him. Ski's shot wide right. That's not necessarily something that, that might be how he always plays, but when I've played against him, he's always struck me as a more mechanical player. He's looking like a smart guy, like a brains guy.
Well, again, when you get that captain role on a team, expectations change, and again, when you have players around you like PC, like Crabs in a Bucket, who can put up big goals, but Ski responds early with 1 goal and with 3:30 left in this second game here.
That's all Harry.
Up. Yeah, it was a great initial touch by Harry to get it off the backboard and put Ski in a position to get that scoring opportunity.
1-0 here, a minute and a half in. As the one's capabilities coming through, but it wasn't Frodo, it was Harry Lakers beating 2 players off the dribble, setting up Ski to beat the third. Big fake by PC. He's got Frodo in an awkward spot. The 50, look at Frodo again.
Frodo, oh my goodness. Again, it's the 50 and the control. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Ski drops it. Frodo behind Quadburger. The only place he could have scored, and that's where Frodo put it. UBC Vancouver up 2-0.
Now, see, this is the UBC Vancouver team we all know and expect. Frodo making a great shot there, but again, it was still a team effort with the pass coming from, I believe, that was Harry Lakers in the slot there. Again, better plays, up 2-0, 2 minutes into this game.
Frodo booms it ahead. Harry off the wall, can't find it. Frodo opts out of that aerial just to save boost, and Ski is still able to put a shot on. This is more what I was expecting. Look at the space they're being given. UBC Vancouver just with such speed. Crabs in a Bucket wants the double tap, runs out of boost. Frodo's there. Looking for a ceiling pinch. Interesting thought. I like it.
That's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how that one plays out.
It's so hard to do that accurately and have it get the speed you want when you're doing any kind of pinch. You always want extra speed. Oh, big
Look,
bump
Max.
there. Oh, Crabs in a Bucket. Again setting up PC.
PC with a great finish off the backboard, and again, that bump made this play possible, as that lane would have been closed up, but PC able to slide it right into the net.
And again, Quadburger not involved in the goal, just facilitating his teammates, just letting them roam free, knowing we've got this rock at the back. Grabs in the bucket. Looking to self-pass off the wall. It's Harry. We just bring that right back down the field. Little ping pong here. Quad able to keep possession. Beats 2, but can't beat Ski, the final man.
And looking at the stat line here, UBC Vancouver has put up almost 8 shots to UBC Okanagan's 1, as, oh my goodness, we get another one coming out for UBC Vancouver that was very dangerous off the post.
Still, I mean, that was true in the first game. Even though UBC Okanagan won it, it was controlled almost entirely by this UBC Vancouver squad. 9 shots to 3 or something like that, but it just so happened UBCO was hitting theirs. Big challenge by Krabs. He's going to stay on the ball with no boost, but now he's way out of position with, again, no boost. Quadburger nearly makes something out of nothing there.
Quadburger looking to get a play off the backboard and catch people in a scramble on a rotate there. Almost caught the defense in sleeping, but just hit the post and pushes it out wide.
Ski, crossbar, Frodo, the follow-up, and it's 3-1 UBC Vancouver over UBCO here.
And this is the kind of play we expect. Yeah. As UBC Vancouver, a beautiful pass off the backboard. Frodo there, ready and waiting for that center shot. 3-1, 1 minute left. UBC Okanagan's gonna have to turn up the heat like they did last game if they want to put a couple in this net and tie this game up.
And that was, I would argue, really the first easy one for UBC Vancouver, which is nice. You love to see, easy goals going. Goals you don't have to work that hard for. Frodo off the backboard. It's going to be whipped up top there by, I believe, that was Quadburger on the backboard. That's the first real kind of mistake we've seen Quad make. And there's the mistake, flying up instead of just driving up the wall. It was Frodo. Easy fourth goal for him.
And like you're saying, again, you gotta be secure in those easy goals. Those are gibbies, but they all count. And again, if UBC Okanagan turns it on quickly here and gets a couple quick ones, those become important insurance goals that keep that lead intact.
Oh, Peace is playing like a ones player, man. This guy plays like a ones player, and he won a 50 with Frodo, which is a big win. Frodo's gonna get another easy one, and that's the fourth goal of the game for Frodo. 5 for his team. This is exactly what I told you to look for, Jordan. The explosive scoring ability for Frodo.
No surprise there, but again, silly mistakes on UBC Okanagan's part with the double commit, leaving their back end wide open. Got to communicate and be more effective with your words there to make sure you're not having those bad overcommits that cost you goals.
Frodo, another long shot at this point. This is just goals being produced as a symptom of UBCO looking for goals on their own end. This is how Rocket League can really cascade once you get into a 2-goal lead, 2-goal deficit late on. You got to push up, and you got to commit to all 3 guys in that final third, and you don't put it in, well, it's an easy one for a player like Frodo.
3-1, 6-1. Unfortunately, there's not much difference in the final outcome.
No.
So you do, like you're right, you have to force those opportunities, but it can set your mental up for mistakes later on in the series, as UBC Okanagan's going to need to reset their mental game for this next bout as we head into a evened up series. So we're now down to from a best of 5 to a best of 3 now.
Oh my, they're trying to rub it in a little bit here as UBC Vancouver aggressively keeping this ball up despite being up 5, looking for the Brazil. That's 7-1 if you're new to Rocket League memes. Frodo looking for it. Ski will knock it over to the side. 6-1 UBC Vancouver answers. And they answer big time, Jordan.
That is the UBC Vancouver team I think we were all knowing and expecting. That first game did not look like the players I've seen play before, but Frodo coming out there with big shots count total, 7 shots alone from Frodo compared to the 2 on the UBC Okanagan side. I mean, how do you compete with that, Max?
I mean, the real answer to your joke question is ball control. I mean, it's been as simple as UBC Vancouver has had far more ball possession in their offensive half, and that's a symptom of the way that they come out of defense on that counterattack. They don't just unless the goal's open, which we saw Frodo do twice at the end of this game, they don't just bang the ball downfield. They bang the ball to about midfield, about the half wall, to use a hockey term, to a teammate that's there. And then that teammate can transition right into meaningful offense. It's not just ball control, it's meaningful offense. 16 shots to 4 there. That's meaningful ball control.
For our hockey fans out there, it's the comparison of a breakout to a dump and chase sort of play.
Exactly.
So again, good play from UBC Vancouver to control the latter half of that game and get a nice dub out of that series.
And UBC Vancouver also did the same thing we saw from the UBCB team in our previous series, which was doing a really good job of just stopping the other team's breakout at midfield. They're just controlling that midfield. They're controlling the boosts, and that is allowing them to control the pace of play. A lot of great goal scoring in that first game from UBCO carried the day. It's Rocket League. Great offense will always be great defense, but Frodo's shot there is a perfect example. A phenomenal shot. Grabs in a bucket in the right spot, but the shot was just too good from Frodo. Krabs couldn't reach it.
And Harry Lakers did get a little bit of a fortunate bounce, I think, off of Krabs in a bucket there, off the half wall, that Frodo was able to, calculate very accurately as to where that was going to end up in the middle of the arena there.
Less than a minute in, it's 1-0 again here for UBC Vancouver. Looking to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 winners semifinal. Winner of this will face the other UBC team, the B team, waiting in the winners finals. Harry's shot high. Oh, Krabs, big whiff.
Great shot on the part of Harry Lakers there, and almost got the drop down they wanted to put it in front of the net for Frodo, but not quite enough there. As it looks like Quad Burger is looking to get a nice little flick over top. Can't get it past Frodo, as again, known for his ability to win those 50-50 balls and challenges and maintain control after the play. As Frodo gets a shot on net, Quad Burger's there for the defensive. Ski follows up, not enough there as Harry Lakers needs to return to his own half and play a little defense for once.
Oh, Ski, the demo on the return from offense is going to open it up for Frodo, who can't find that second touch.
And just a barrage of shots coming out from UBC Vancouver at this point, as UBC Okanagan's hemmed in their own end, only able to dump it out with a little bit of force.
Krabs in the bucket, beaten there by Ski. Quad's got to get up quick, or Frodo will do just that, which is snuff out that rush. Frodo wants a redirect. He's got it. Quadburger, what a save. Just under the crossbar. And another one as they stymie Ski at the point of attack.
Frodo looking to challenge that play, but a little miscommunication there on the part of UBC Okanagan, as they seem to have miscalculated where that ball was headed, and a couple players going for it, then not. But a great center there. Not quite within the frame of the post there.
That's meaningful ball control from PC, but there was nobody to finish, and now they've triple committed. Krabs in a bucket's got to rush back with no boost. He's able to get a challenge on Frodo. And that will alleviate some pressure.
Nice touch by PC towards the front of the net. Harry Lakers had to be smart there and get a nice touch out to the half wall. As finally, we're seeing some life out of UBC Okanagan here and having Vancouver into their own end a little bit.
UBC breaks out, and it's right back in. Quadburger, see, they're passing it out of defense to that player on the midfield wall.
And again, like you said and mentioned in our little break there, the calculated ball control is the most important thing that our UBC Okanagan team can do to combat this Vancouver team. But as we can see here, another barrage coming up from Ski and Co. Still
with the generally controlling the pace of play for UBCV, but it's been mitigated a little bit with the way that UBCO has been breaking out. It's been passing, and even that he threw that one away. But I think Krabs was looking for the pass there. There was just nobody in the middle for it.
Yeah, and this, again, like you said, this looks a lot more controlled and a lot more calculated on the part of UBC Okanagan. They're having some answers for this Vancouver team, as last game it didn't seem they had any of the answers.
Oh, what a touch by Krabs. Quadburger couldn't get to it first. Ski might get a second one here. PC just assumes the miss.
The demo coming across on Krabs in a bucket there. It needs to reset on the play, but a fortunate reset as the ball was coming right towards him.
Krabs looking for a center. Whiffs on it. Ski's able to clear it away. Frodo will continue on with 45 seconds left here. UBCO's got to find a way to get control of this ball. Quadburger saves it into the corner. That's a start, but it's just a start. Big long shot from Krabs. It won't do much besides test the goaltender. Looking for a demo. He's found it on Harry, but PC couldn't hit the shot. Ski's there to clean it up. Oh, what a smart play by Krabs. He's doing it again, looking for demos.
And PC almost had a beautiful play on that double touch off the backboard and forcing the goalie to be smart on that play and just couldn't finish it off.
Frodo needs a touch there. He's got it as far as Quad. Quad can't control it. They're going to get this ball off the ground. They do. They're up. PC gets a shot, but it's stopped by Ski. And game 3 in the books. UBC Vancouver, that's the main UBC squad, goes up 2-0 here on the strengths of what was the closest game in this series in terms of ball control. Even though UBCO won game 1, I would say this game felt more evenly matched.
And just some clarification for those watching out in the Twitch sphere and chat currently. Yeah, UBC Vancouver is based out of the Lower Mainland in Vancouver in British Columbia. The Okanagan squad based out of a satellite campus in the interior of British Columbia. So again, these squads do scrim against each other regularly, do see each other regularly. I'm impressed so far with the caliber of play, and both of these teams having answers for a lot of the plays coming from both sides of the court.
Finally see Quadburger at the top of the scoreboard there for UBCO, which is what I was expecting. I was expecting the hard carry, but he's been, so to speak, carrying from the bottom. He's playing that back role, quarterbacking everything. It's not led to amazing stats, but in that game, the 5 saves did it for him.
He's obviously been a crucial part to this team and their success so far. As we get into this game, UBC Vancouver up in the series 2-1 of this best of 5 as we get into this next match.
Match point here for UBC Vancouver in this best of 5. Winner of this plays the B team from UBC that we saw win in our last streamed series. Quadburger looking for a shot. He's stopped there by Frodo. And he doesn't have much boost here. Can't make a play on that. Double commit in defense. That's not what you want to see, but Ski doesn't have quite enough control to do anything about it quickly. He'll delay on the wall. This is what I'm talking about right here, Jordan. The control from UBC. They did lose it, but there's no panic. There's no panic in a single bone of these players.
No panic, and again, it's all calculated plays. You can see the way that they're playing, that these are decisions they're making as a team. They're reading each other's plays and putting themselves in positions to score. As UBC Okanagan's going to have to be smart if they want to break the seal in this game.
Ski's going to try to drop it off the ceiling for Frodo, who's there. And the shot, not enough to beat Krabs. PCs, puts it off the backboard. And again, Harry coming through with these demos. He's been such an irritant in this series. Can't say I am upset that I never have run into him again, seeing how he plays.
A force to be reckoned with. And I believe the demo play is an underrated play in Rocket League.
Oh, yeah.
Those couple seconds that you get an odd man situation can be crucial to creating scoring opportunities and creating advantages in, a game that's as even as this.
If timed well, they can be downright devastating. I just realized Krabs in a Bucket switching from the Fennec to the Octane. Usually a placebo effect between those two cards, but a placebo effect is an effect nonetheless. As that shot, what a save by Krabs. Frodo has to follow another save by Krabs.
And 2 amazing saves coming across the line for UBC Okanagan. There is both Ski and Frodo with phenomenal opportunities in the high slot.
Oh, the Krabs had a scoring opportunity. He's put a couple shots in this game off that right post that he probably should have put in the net.
That was both ends of the arena there. Is 2 great saves and then a beautiful shot on net on the part of UBC Okanagan and Krabs in the Bucket there. So looking forward to more plays from him this game.
Oh, PC too fast to the point of attack before anybody on UBC could even hit whatever their jump button is. I'm assuming X on a PlayStation controller. Frodo flipping away from it. 1-0 here. Game 4. Yeah.
Correct, game 4, yes. As Quadburger looking to get a nice center there. Not quite enough for their players to pick it up as UBC Vancouver turns it back to the other end. Ski up for the defense, gets a nice touch out. As just a bit of a flubbed ball here in the center as Ski finally forces us down to the UBC Okanagan end. We see the cycle start and the defensive and offensive bouts in front of the net heat up.
Harry looking to center it on the wrong end of that 50 as it goes all the way down into the UBC Vancouver defensive end. Frodo's got to make an awkward touch, and they are just chasing demos every time they rotate out of offense. Wadberger grabs at the bucket, PC, all three of them are going for it. That is one way to even the playing field.
Still calm play from UBC Vancouver as they just quickly avoid it. A nice quick jump, a nice quick drive forward. The demo is a moot point, and they move on and go back on the offense as quickly as possible. As Harry Lakers, oh no, they have families. That was a nasty touch in the slot there to beat. I believe that was 2 defenders. Oh,
look
beautiful
how
play.
The way he just delayed that touch. He went up, and it looked like he's going to go, hey, as fast as he can. And the initial UBCO defender there, crabs in a bucket, rushed the challenge. Harry boosted backwards a little bit just to delay that touch a split second, and that's all they needed. Frodo with a follow-up, and it is 2-1, just like that.
2-1, and again, Frodo, great read off that bounce, and all 3 Okanagan players just buried in the net trying to dig themselves out. Not enough time, not enough space.
And the placement again by Frodo, putting it in the only spot where the opponent can't get to it. This is what you're seeing. We're seeing scoring opportunities for UBCO, but the shots aren't perfect. The shots aren't crisp. They aren't as hard as they could be necessarily. They're not necessarily in the best spot. When UBC Vancouver gets a scoring opportunity, they're putting it where it can't be saved for the most part. Crabs.
7 shots to 3 currently in favor of UBC Vancouver. As you can see, they're putting up some serious firepower in front of the net, and Harry Lakers off the sidewall near the roof. Great touch, great read on the play there. The boost management and a great roll reset into there. I didn't look like Frodo got a touch on that coming in front, but was there just in case it was needed.
The flip cancel from Harry there, just to make sure the top of his hitbox is what hits the car instead of the bottom. Just get a little more power that way. And again, the placement, bottom right with both defenders on the left post. It's just, there's levels to this game, and in these last couple of games, UBC Vancouver demonstrating the difference between very good Grand Champion level players and Supersonic Legends, guys who play competitively together all the time.
Like you said, Rocket League is a game of nuance, and we are seeing that nuance here as UBC Vancouver putting on a show in these final seconds.
And yeah, nuance, and then in ranked, not always that nuance, because for example, all these players are all in the same rank. That's why they've expanded that top rank, because it needs to be more nuanced. As you see the final score there, again, Harry Lakers, the offensive spark plug for this team. Ski for UBCV, hanging back. I will say though, I would not be astounded to see this UBCO team back for the grand finals. From what we've seen, them versus the UBCB team would be a very close matchup.
I would agree with that, and like you said, they put up a great fight. I thought I saw progression throughout that series. They finally figured out how to play against their opponents a little better, win some of those challenges. Again, Frodo wasn't able to stand up and make every single play a 50-50 ball a win for them, right? They finally were able to turn some of those plays around. So, I'm looking forward to having them back on stream and hopefully having them back later in the bracket and, maybe a potential rematch down the road. More Rocket League coming our way. That's the most important thing.
I believe we're going to jump into next. Are we dropping down to the lose? No, we're going to go into the winners finals next, which should be this UBC Vancouver team versus the UBCB team here on Control Alt Compete. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our next series in just a moment. Welcome
Hello.
back to Control Alt Compete here, brought to you by the Vancouver Esports Association, Mountainside Games, and presented and produced by the Gaming Stadium. I'm Max. With me is Jordan. Jordan, we're about to get into what I pegged as probably the best matchup that we were going to see today, the UBC A team against the UBC B team here in the winners finals.
And again, we've had the opportunity to see both of these teams already on stream. UBC Vancouver just put up a great game against UBC Okanagan as they were able to control most of the play, make some great rotations, and put up a serious quantity of shots. But let's not forget that UBC-B team, led by Padster, is going to be a tough challenger as both of these teams face off in scrimmages regularly. They know how each other plays. I expect some high-octane Rocket League for this matchup.
Yeah, and this is, like you said, not just a matchup of high-skilled players, but players who know each other really well. There's history here. You know, we saw Padster, Fervin, and Ski playing in the last Gaming Stadium tournament together. We've seen Padster, Ski, and Frodo play in tournaments together. You know, these guys know each other really well. All of them are in or around the Supersonic Legend level, which is the top, like, 0.1% of players, with one exception. And this is what I wanted to ask you about, Jordan. This, I think, is where we're going to see whether Fatal MB can keep up with the pace, because the 5 other players he's going to be in the lobby with are all really, really highly ranked, high mid to high Grand Champ / Supersonic Legends. As far as I've heard, Fatal Champ 3, low Grand Champ, sometimes Champ 2, right around kind of where I live. And I know I've played in lobbies with these 5 other players, and it is hard. So we're going to see. This is going to be where Fatal gets pushed, and if he can rise to the occasion, this is going to be quite the series.
Well, we did see Fatal rise to the challenge in that first game against Simon Fraser. I put up great points in a couple of those games. Looked to be, on pace with Fervor and Padster. Not hung out to dry or looking too lost out there. So, again, I'm looking forward to see that performance, and again, hopefully no fatal mistakes on the part of Fatal.
We will find out, and we're going to find out right now as we get everybody into the game. We hit field level here at Beckwith Park. Little Rocket League fact for you, named after the brothers Beckwith, who worked at Psyonix on the development of this game. I don't know if they both still work there. Adam Beckwith, lead artist in this game. Harry Lakers looking to get this one started as Fatal wins the race with Ski, and that is a good sign early here for the UBC B team.
Frodo with a good play in center, and Harry Lakers with the follow-up in the slot. Frodo with that initial challenge and push on that ball there. Padster just couldn't get enough on it to force it out to that half wall, and Harry Lakers, great shot on net. Good first goal. UBC B1, UBC Vancouver 0.
And despite what I said before the game started, it was Padster with the missed touch there, leading to the goal. Fervent's up off the sidewall to get this clear, but Ski right back up, looking for the double off the ground, nearly found it. And that would have been a goal for sure if he could have found that second touch.
That was a scary play in front there as Ski with an awesome touch, and like you said, just couldn't snag that second one to force that into the net.
We've got, I just realized, heads up for the viewers, we've got the stream, the graphic reversed. It is UBC-B is the blue team, UBC Vancouver, the orange squad. Up 1-0, now 2-0 as Frodo forces it in, using that chunky octane hitbox. For a long time, the biggest hitbox in this game. Up against the current biggest hitbox in the game, the Merc of Padster.
And finding the corner there, getting the ball tucked in. Padster almost able to force that Merc between the ball and the net, but not quite enough there.
Frustrating when you get 2 touches in a 50-50 and still give up the goal.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate play in net there, but Padster, the right place at the right time. We're going to see more of that throughout the series.
He wants to go over Fervin. He's done it, but he's given up control to Fervin. Padster bumps his teammate off, and Fatal's going to have to make a play. He doesn't. Frodo misses, though. Very over Fervin. Pad looking to break out. Can Fervin get to the redirect? You can see what UBCB is trying to do. It's so far been an execution problem. They're looking for these passes off the sidewalls. Set players up in the middle. Fervent wants to dribble. Fervent, a very calculated player. Interesting guy to play with.
Absolutely. Padster missed the pinch there on that half wall. Almost cost them a scoring opportunity in the part of UBC Vancouver, but thankfully was pushed out to the half wall.
Ski doing that ski thing where he just makes it real awkward for you. Harry misses that shot wide. Probably wants that back. Probably could put it on net. But a good challenge by Frodo to give up his body to keep control of this ball. Ski delaying, forcing Padster to slow down. And that has the knock-on effect of leaving everybody on this UBCB team low boost.
And again, the boost management on the part of Vancouver to control the boost in this lobby has made it tough for UBCB to execute on their game plan and get those touches on the other half of the net that they need.
Further beats UBC A to the ball there. Yeah, they changed him in there. UBC Van A EH. Ski beats his own teammate to the ball. That's a rough double commit, but no punish from UBC B. In fact, they nearly give up a goal anyway. Fervent 1v1 beaten by Harry.
Padster had to be smart on that play there and stick his giant fridge Merc in between the UBC Vancouver player and the net there with a good save on the backside.
Control by Fatal for a moment, but he's giving it away, looking for a self-pass. Harry got there. Oh, Ski, the speed, the pure, unadulterated speed to beat Padster rather up to this ball. Look at that.
And Frodo coming across the entirety of the field there to challenge that play initially. Great pass to the center and a fortunate bounce out of the corner.
3-0 here, game one. UBCB looking to find something to take with them into game two. At this point, 3-0 comebacks at Rocket League extremely rare, and they get rarer the better the teams get.
Padster
looking for a shot.
Great shot there as he was. UBC Vancouver had to be smart on the defensive plays there as that was on net and a dangerous shot with good speed.
Good lead off the back foot. Again, UBC Vancouver though just hamming them in. They're doing such a good job in this tournament, keeping the ball not letting the ball go any further than the midfield line, basically, pretty consistently. There's been breakouts here like this, but again, not much further than the midfield line for UBCB.
No, and on top of that, UBC Vancouver is coming out of their own zone with full boost as UBCB is having to retreat low boost and with a reset there, so they're being challenged doubly in front of their own net.
And they're starting to do this thing. You get bunched up in defense, and that just kills your rotation. It kind of it's a compounding effect. The more you defend, the more you have to defend, basically. The harder it is to keep the team on middle to high boost. The harder it is to keep momentum because you keep having to go back to the net. It's like credit card debt. It just compounds in on itself.
And on top of that, you get some unfortunate bumps of your own players that push them off the play and puts everyone out of position, which is not where you want to be.
As we wrap this one up, game one is going to go the way of UBC Van A. The Vancouver squad, the main team. Again, probably the prohibitive favorites going into this tournament, Jordan, but I'm going to say something because I know that he is a grown man and can take this. I think we need to see an offensive carry from Fervent because I know Padster, and he's just not that kind of player. He's not the player who's going to put his team on the back offensively, and Fatal is looking a little bit out of his depth in this lobby. And Fervent is the kind of player who can have pop-off games and steal it by himself.
I find it challenging to have a pop-off game when you're driving a fridge. That's just a better call for a goalie position or that third man setting people up. And again, Padster's phenomenal in that role and has the ability to control the play from the back half of the field. But like you said, Fervent's got to pop off as Fatal doesn't seem to have the capacity to make that difference against this Van A team.
Did you help with the Gaming Stadium's Rocket League weeklies that we used to do before COVID? Were you involved in that at all?
Briefly, yes.
Yeah, so what they would do is they would put good players with worse players, and the better you were, the worse teammates you got, et cetera, et cetera. And in those tournaments, depending on who his teammate was, generally Padster would struggle because, again, he's not the like offensive carry type player. The player who was the best at winning those tournaments, and it wasn't even close, this man right here who's taking a shot on goal, Frodo, was incredible at carrying lesser skilled players to victory over teams that on average might have been better than him and his teammate. But Frodo, just the high-end skill where he can just rock it. Fervent, again, also was good when he played in those tournaments for the same reason. For the same reason that both Padster and Ski suffered, Fervent and Frodo have succeeded in those tournaments.
Well, I think you mentioned something important earlier in the tournament here, as Frodo and Co are often singles players, so they have that innate skill to put the team on their back and carry the teams to a dub. But you look at players like Frodo, they make a difference on the defensive end and the offensive end. They are true two-way players, and you can see that in the plays coming out of games like today, where UBC Van A is just putting on a show compared to their E counterparts.
There's a reason. I mean, there's a reason these teams are labeled as such. Ski puts it off the sidewall. Fervent had that, but he had no boost, so he's going to have to leave it for Pad, who shot not good enough. There was a time UBC's A team was, I believe, Padster, the Warrior of Blue, and Fervent. But that was before Frodo, Ski, and Harry enrolled. I think Frodo just a second year at UBC. I don't know. I've lost track. Padster, a grad student, though, just to give you an example of how long he's been part of this UBC Esports program.
And again, UBC has a huge pool of players to pull from, so yeah. I'm excited to see that. I'm sure there's some diamonds in the rough lurking in the student body that are looking to join some amazing Rocket League players, and hopefully gain some good mentorship as well from players like Frodo and Harry Lakers and Padster.
As long as you don't get too demoralized playing against them. As Pad wanted the double touch, he probably should have hit it. He's gonna want that back. I'm gonna ask him about that later, and I guarantee he's gonna say he should have hit it. Fervent whiffing on that one in front of the net, leaves it for Fatal. Able to nearly get it clear, but again, the offensive challenge, or the offensive challenge, better, forecheck, to use the hockey term, for this UBC team. It's just so hard for UBCB to get anything going.
And how do you counter it when you have no boost? I mean, UBC Van A is just absolutely sucking up all of the boost available on the field, and the B squad can't even get out of their own zone at this point.
Like I said, it's like credit card debt. It's worse with time. However much more time. Fervent wins the challenge there, but he can't get back the ball. He's looking for a demo on Frodo. Padster looking too cute with that. Frodo going to take possession back for UBC Vancouver. Harry's shot off a challenge nearly put it in. Frodo, I don't think he's trying to put that on net with 3 goalies in, and that's why. Put it off the backboard, wait for a better scoring opportunity for one of your teammates, maybe draw a goaltender or 2 out, which is what the touch did, and Ski able to beat Pad on the next touch.
And this replay did not show how important the rotations were on that play. 3 perfect rotations from the Van A squad as they were able to get those backboard touches cleanly back into the slot, leaving the B squad hung out to dry as we have a 1-goal lead with just 2 minutes left in this game.
It's tough to see everything going on in a Rocket League field at once. But if you see one team make 5 consecutive touches like that, you can assume some perfect rotation is happening, because that is the only way to be that quick to the ball. As Ski makes it 2-0 here. UBCV looking to go up 2-0 on the series as well, and that just a pair of misses off the backboard. UBC Vancouver asking questions of this UBC defense, this UBCB defense, that they haven't had the answers for. Just bang it off the backboard. That's usually the first thing a good Rocket League player will try to do in threes to set up a goal. Hit the backboard, see what the other team does. And if you can't defend that, they haven't had to move to plan B yet.
Yeah, I don't even know if they have a plan B ready to go at this point, as the UBC B squad just seems to be hanging on for dear life, trying to pull a demo if at all possible, which they do there. But again, finally, a beautiful shot coming out from Fatal, as that's the first sign of life we have, and another one from Fervent there. And some signs of life coming from this B squad as we finally see them get a couple shots on net in this second game.
Fervent looking to flip that to Fatal to get out of defense. They will eventually. Frodo able to control it right to Ski. Ski will get the touch. He won't be able to follow it. Harry was waiting. They're ready. They're just ready to go 3-man passing plays right out of defense every time.
Against that solid breakout play that like you said, calculated control, right? As this Vancouver, UBC Vancouver A squad just is putting on a show when it comes to their ball control as a team.
35 seconds left, and you can feel Pad and Fervent trying to pick up the pace here. To put a little bit of pressure on this UBC Van team. Fervent looking for the tight angle double tap, nearly hit it. And Fatal's got to hang back. Just wants some control. But Harry's going to take it back. Frodo nearly had an open net. That's a big demo. Harry, again with the timing. He's getting that third man right as UBCB is losing possession of the ball. It's so clever. Fervent will drop it back for Fatal. And barring anything absolutely insane, this game now officially over. 2-0 on the series. UBC Vancouver. Is it match points of 5 best of 5? Yeah.
Best of 5, so we still have one more game, yes. But again, we need to see a change of game plan for this UBCB squad, as UBC Van A just putting on a show. Again, Ski at the top of the list there with 4 shots, 2 goals. We see 6 shots, again, coming up from the Van A squad. But the Van B squad finally putting some numbers up that are going to make a bit of a difference. We see 2 shots from Fervent, 2 shots from Padster, and Fatal coming in as well with big 3 saves. So lot better performance on the part of this B squad. It's not going to be enough to beat this A squad if you if it continues the way it's going.
I did see a shift in strategy there in that game, though. Less of Padster sitting back and more of Fatal being the third man. I think they've decided, hey, we're not keeping them off the score sheet. We need to produce some offense of ourselves. Let's send our 2 highest ranked players up more often than not.
And sometimes that's got to be the strategy to get points on the board. You know, whether you win 8-7 or 9-8. As long as it's 1 more goal or 2 more goals than the other team, that's all you need.
Game 3 underway here. Still here in Beckwith Park, where all the kids used to grow up playing Rocket League when they were younger. Here at Beckwith Park.
That's
Harry
where I
Lakers.
grew up.
Yeah, this is like the play. Yeah, in the world of Rocket League, this is like a playground tournament right here. When you play at Beckwith Park. Pad needs a touch there. Ski was threatening a redirect. Harry looking for the infield pass. Nobody's back though. Nobody's there for the shot. It's Frodo too far back.
Frodo, good touch off the ceiling to set up Harry Lakers for a decent shot in the center. Couldn't put it on net, but again, Frodo there with the support. Just unbelievable play from end to end on the part of Frodo. Defensive plays on one corner and then an offensive setup on the other corner. And then a save. What more can you ask for from a player like this, operating what seems to be at peak performance?
Oh, Harry's whiff surprised Fervent, and that cascades down to Fatal. Can Fatal redirect this? No. Pad's got the finish, and UBCB have their first lead of this series, and I want to say their first goal. I could be wrong. I don't remember that game 1 scoreline.
I believe they had 1 in that game, but I'm willing to bet Padster was panicking a little on that bounce there, as that was a tough one to read, but great control off the crossbar and way to finish that up.
So hard to get up in the air quick enough to get over that to a degree where it doesn't hit the crossbar. As Fervent back for a desperation save. These infield passes still from UBC Van, producing offense at a pretty consistent clip. Double demo, and that will favor UBC Vancouver as Frodo nearly put it in.
Absolutely dancing across the goal line here, as you can see the shadow leaning on that ball, and Harry Lakers just cleaning up the ball in the slot there. Good goal, tie game, 3 minutes and 38 seconds left.
A smart, opportunistic player Harry Lakers has shown himself to be tonight. Through a series and a half. Pinch off the ground from Ski is cleared away by Fervent. Frodo looking for the pass. He can't find the shooting angle, but they'll still maintain this possession here. Again, every touch a threat from this UBC Vancouver team. 1-1, just under halfway through this ball game. And another demo onto Padster.
Padster back in the play now, is able to force the ball back to the Vancouver A side. Fatal with the follow-up, looking for that challenge, does not win it against Ski as he taps it back towards the other end. But then with the challenge from Fervent, back into the Vancouver A squad side. Ski, the nice touch in the slot, almost on net, but Fervent's there with the save in front of the net.
The double commit though pulled Pad way out of net. I think we're seeing some comms deficiencies a little bit here from Pad and Fervent defensively. As Fatal clears that, but not much further than his own defensive third. Lucky touch by Fervent. He's bumped into that challenge by the player with the ball.
And I'm sure you can agree with this, Max, that comms are key when it comes to Rocket League. If you don't have clear comms and you're not effectively communicating, your game plan falls apart quicker than crumbling cookie.
Yeah, you can have games where you'll, queue up as that shot from Frodo. The placement is perfect. It wasn't the most powerful shot. There were two goalies in net, but again, near post, top corner. There's no way for Pad to get up quick enough for that, and Fatal has to fly backwards, which is pretty hard in Rocket League to do. Again, there's levels to this, and even within these high-ranked lobbies, there's levels to it. There's just the slight differences in placement as Frodo again. Oh my, 3-1, this UBC Vancouver team. They feel done with this series.
And Frodo has found another gear, clearly, that didn't exist in the Octane previously, as two amazing goals. And like you said, the placement. It's the continual placement in places that the other team cannot even get to make a save or get a touch and a fortunate bounce. Frodo putting on a show.
1:52 left. UBCB needs an answer here quickly. Ideally, you score a second goal before the 1 minute mark. But Frodo's gonna say, never mind all that. He's got another hat trick.
And Frodo,
I believe his third of this tournament.
I mean, come on. Like, this UBCB team has families. They have people they care about. This is just rude at this point. Like, that was an amazing backwards touch in the slot there. And Frodo, again, putting a beautiful shot on net. What is going on?
The save from UBCB, but it doesn't even really alleviate pressure. They're still here in their own end. This Pad is demoed behind the play. Failed, beaten to that one. So this is a problem here. There's a reason, Jordan, I said when this tournament started, that Frodo is my least favorite player to play against that I've ever met. And we're seeing it in this Game 3 in particular. He has been everywhere for this UBC Vancouver squad, doubling the points on the scoreboard of anybody else in this lobby at the moment. As Fatal puts it long. Pad and Fervent are up. Fervent had a double.
Great demo coming across by Ski there. Good heads-up play. Forcing UBCB back under their heels again.
Harry's up. He's not reading it. What a touch by Fervent to get that clear and not score on his own goal.
Yeah, that would have been an old goal if that was me in net, I can tell you that much.
Those are such tough plays to read off that corner where the backboard meets the ceiling. Frodo is up looking for his fourth.
And a great setup there by Ski as he just got a nice little floating touch to give Frodo an extra few seconds to get up on that ball. As Ski had to be smart in front of the net there on a great shot by Fervent.
Nice pass down from Fatal to Pad. Not quick enough to it. Frodo beats him. Frodo's gonna beat Fervent as well. And another perfectly placed shot. And this one, pixel perfect. This is as far away from the center of the net as you can put it and still have it go in. Oh my goodness, what a game from Frodo. 4 goals in the clincher.
I mean, we're gonna run out of nails for this coffin at some point, Frodo. Like, do you mind? Seriously, like, this is, 5-1, 3 seconds left. Barring a miracle, this game is over, and UBC Van A putting on a show.
Frodo must have had to use the bathroom because he wanted this series over right away. That's the pop-off potential we talked about before the game. Frodo with 9 shots, 4 goals. Ski with 7 demos in that one. That was just a clinic from UBC Van.
And not to put UBC Van B in the doghouse here. I want to give props to Fatal for putting up 5 saves. That's no slouching on their part, and in a lobby where you could argue they're outclassed in MMR, that's still an amazing effort to put up and to give your team an opportunity at pushing this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, like Fatal rose to the occasion, but I did like to see that shift in kind of team comp that kind of midway through that series that UBCB pulled off. Just let's throw Fatal back and see if we can create some offense. Like I always tell people, I mean, it's way easier to defend an air dribble than to do an air dribble and score. So you put your lower ranked player at the back, and it's just generally easier to defend the tough stuff than it is to do it. I believe, Jordan, we've got the what is this, the losers bracket, the lower bracket finals coming up. No, we're waiting on the UBCO UVic Vikes matchup to finish, and then we've got the round 4 of the losers bracket coming up.
Yeah, we have, I believe, the losers semis coming up for you guys here shortly. We are going to go to a short break and just get some things sorted on the back end on our production team here. Give the teams to finish off any games that are still running. This is Control Alt Compete. Thank you for tuning in. We will be right back with more Rocket League. Hello and welcome back to Control Alt Compete. I'm Jordan, joined here by Max today. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. We've had some awesome Rocket League matches, and we have some more coming your way as we jump down to the loser semis. And we have SFU1 and UBC Okanagan facing off.
This SFU1 team, the squad that I didn't know anything about, that I figured probably would be fairly good, that we'd see here in the later part of the tournament, just because of the label SFU1. My assumption, those are the 3 highest ranked players at SFU, which, as you mentioned, UBC's player pool, not too much different at SFU, just a massive school. And when you factor in grad students for a tournament like this, you're looking at like 50,000 people you can pull from. There's going to be 3 grand champs. So we'll see what Quadburger and the boys can do. They looked really, really good up against the UBC Vancouver team that's sitting waiting in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And this UBC Okanagan team, I think was a bit of a surprise to us coming out in this tournament, as they did put up a phenomenal fight against that Ski, Harry Lakers, and Frodo team earlier on stream in the winners semis that we broadcasted here. But I'm looking forward to see how they face up against the Simon Fraser team. Again, 2 lower mainland heavyweight bout. We love to see the competition in these type of collegiate events where you have schools that have, overarching rivalries that creep into the esports scene. So I can see we're hopping in the lobby here, and we should be heading down to the field, and let's kick it off here, Max.
Chapstick, cheesed, and seemly foo. This SFU1 squad, we're just going to call them SFU because the rest of the SFU team's already eliminated. Versus UBC Okanagan, Crabs in a Bucket, PC and Quadburger and Jordan. Last time we went in expecting to see the Quadburger carry, but it was PC and Crabs in a Bucket producing most of their offense.
PC put up a phenomenal few games in a row there, really set them apart from the pack as far as ball control and scoring opportunities. So looking forward to another amazing game here.
All right, well, right off the bat, I'm looking at who is this? Yeah, Chapstick's car is worth at least $30, so we got some boys who put some time and energy into this game. I don't know their ranks yet, but you can catch stuff based on the car loadouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Crabs in the Bucket was actually a phenomenal asset to this UBCO team, as they put up a great first few games earlier on the tournament. And again, putting up scoring opportunities is critical to winning games over and over again in these best-of-5 series.
Something to look forward to. This UBCO squad, they love looking for demos after they've made their final touch in offense as they rotate out. All 3 of these dudes love rotating out across the goal line of their opponent. And we've seen PC pick up a couple in this one. We saw him have really meaningful demos in the last game. Quadburger's going to put the first goal into this one, though, 90 seconds in. It's 1-0 Okanagan.
And a great follow-up by Quadburger to just, get a nice touch on that ball in the slot there. But again, that play first developed from the teammates there as they were able to force that ball from their own end.
UBCO beat the UVic Vikes. I didn't get to see my alma mater on stream, which is a dang shame, but maybe I'll just go sign up for some grad school classes so I can play in the next one.
Max, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, the fun thing about UVic, once you're admitted, you can always enroll in any class you want. You're always a student, even after you graduate. I don't know if that's how it works everywhere, but that's the thing at UVic.
I consider myself a lifelong learner, Max, and if I'm not learning in a classroom, I'm learning on the Rocket League field, that's for sure.
I like to see it. What a shot by Crabs just under the crossbar. PC able to put it away, though. As we see again, Jordan, this Crabs in a Bucket and PC, with Quadburger just kind of sitting back. Crabs getting the bump on Cheese, too, on his way out.
And again, PC putting up points, continuously getting those shots on net. Yeah, it's going to be harder and harder to defend as this game goes on, and we have more and more shots seeing the front of the net.
All right, we're picking up more info via the car loadout. Seemly Foo, the Season 3 Diamond Wheels, which means he was pretty good like 4 years ago, which means he's been playing for quite some time. His PC makes it 3-0 there on a bit of a rough one from Cheese. Probably should have kept this out 1, 2, and then probably 3 times should have made a save. Had 3 kicks to the can, whiffed on all 3 of them.
I think it's safe to assume that all these players have been playing since the inception of Rocket League back in 2015 by Psyonix, and have enjoyed watching the game grow as it's been recently picked up by Epic Games and made free to play. So
you'd be surprised. I know Grand Champs who have been playing for less than a year. Some people are just really good at this game naturally.
Well, I've been a fan of Rocket League for at least that long, so I love seeing these guys coming out here and performing.
Yeah. Chapstick wants the self pass, but he's put himself out of the play by flipping into it. Crabs in a bucket. Long shot will be saved away by Cheese. And it's looking, in this game 1 at least, like UBC Okanagan finally is the faster team on the pitch. We've seen them trying to keep pace so far, and this one is the other way around. SFU trying to keep pace with Quadburger and the boys.
Ooh, and a great touch there by Seemly Fu. Couldn't force it into the net as PC came across and had to make a smart save.
Some solid dribble plays here out of Chapstick and Seemly Fu, we've seen. Chapstick's just going to put a shot on, looking for a demo. Was Quad. Quad gets bumped out of the way by Crabs in a bucket, but no punish there from from SFU.
Almost a cheesy touch there by Cheese in front of the net, but not enough to force it into the net.
Again, the demo's on the way out for UBC Okanagan. Looking like maybe a solid, third best team in the province right now. I know that Quatman has some talented players. I don't know if they have an organized esports club, though, as Quadburger makes it 4-0.
And again, I'm just seeing this from across the board on this UBC Okanagan team, that the communication's solid. They know when to rotate in for those shots and opportunities, and they always have players coming back to support on the defensive side. As Quadburger, nice goal there to put him up 4-0 with 50 seconds left.
This is what I was expecting from this UBCO team when I saw the roster. Quadburger, 3 saves, 2 goals, putting the squad in the backpack, puts it in another one. The hat-trick hero, Quadburger, has cemented game 1 here for UBCO.
And again, it's hard to compete when UBC Okanagan is putting up, let me do some quick math, I believe 10 shots on net compared to Simon Frazier's 5 currently, doubling the shot count, and obviously you can see the scoreline 5-0 here. Simon Frazier going to need to change the game plan here if they want to compete continuously in the series.
SFU are generating scoring chances. You obviously don't want to be giving them twice as many shots as you take, but 5 shots is not terrible. It's just been, they've got to be threatening shots. They've got to be placed better. They've got to be a little bit harder. You're not putting it by Quadburger or you're not putting it by PC rather with a shot like that. You gotta hit bangers against a team like this.
Yeah, and we look back to previous games and players like, Frodo, the ones they're putting on net are, a huge momentous speed on them and, cannons in placement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cheese needs to place that better on the net if we're going to see goals coming across the line here.
Game 1 in the books. UBCO led by Quadburger, 3 goals, 4 demos for Crabs in a bucket. So despite the low placement on the scoreboard there, that's an impactful game from him as well. And PC just continues to be the guy setting up scoring opportunities for this UBCO team. I thought I knew all the great players in BC. These two are looking like players I should have known about.
It turns out UBC Okanagan's Rocket League squad and the school itself is an unsung hero of British Columbia at this point. So looking forward to seeing more from them in this tournament as they put up a tough fight against Simon Fraser in this first bout of this series.
Sending a message to Thompson Rivers, hey, we got the best Rocket League squad in the Okanagan. You're not even in this tournament. So
yeah,
we'll see.
We'll see what Thompson Rivers responds with, and hopefully see them in the next Control Alt Compete. Is looking forward to more collegiate tournaments, and I just love the format of this tournament, involving as many games as possible, involving as many schools as possible. Giving teams the opportunity to showcase their skills on an awesome platform. Big shouts to the team behind the scenes putting this on.
Game 2. About to get underway here as everybody's joining in.
What does Simon Fraser need to change this game, Max, if they're going to put up a win?
You know, they're giving, as you even see on this play right here, as Chapstick gives up ground to PC. They're giving them a lot of. I like to say they're respecting them too much. They're giving them a lot of space and a lot of time to do what they want with the ball because they respect their ability to hit the ball hard. As you can see, they should. Quadburger with a banger of a goal to make it 1-0. But there's a point of diminishing returns where you start. The fact that you're giving them that space makes it easier for them to do everything else. I think they got to get up in their grill, for lack of a better term. Actually, it's a great term. It's a car term. They need to get up in their grill, and they need to stop giving them. It's Rocket League. It's called car soccer, but it is very much more hockey. It's a game of time and space, and it's a game of rotations and cycles. Their rotation is fine, but they're giving their opponent far too much time and space with the ball.
And to reiterate that point again, it comes down to boost management. It's crabs in a bucket finishing off this beautiful shot, and again, you know, SFU doesn't have enough boost to defend or can't get the touches they need to clear that ball out. Should have had a touch on that half wall in the back corner there, but unfortunate play there as crabs in the bucket capitalizing.
That was a positional mistake from Chapstick there too. It's a good shot by Crabs in the bucket, but Chapstick had 50 boost. You only need about 20 to get him to the crossbar and play defense in a desperation situation. He had 50, but he drove off his goal line preemptively, and the shot was able to sneak in behind him.
Happens to the best of us. So
It
looking
does.
for a counter here.
I mean, that's a good easy one though. That's an easy one to fix. Mental mistakes are easy to fix. It's easier than when you're playing against a player who's just better than you. You can't fix that in the course of one game.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this a scenario of outclassing yet. I just
No.
see a lot of mental mistakes, and finally we see some life from seemingly Fu as putting Simon Fraser on the board with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I was
2-1
gonna say.
scoreline.
I was gonna say, with the exception of really Quadburger, who I think is still the best player in this field by a fair amount, this lobby feels pretty even. It doesn't feel like anybody's really in over their head, and it's pretty hard to carry in threes. So you know, one player being way better than everybody else, you can mitigate that in threes better than in like twos or something like that.
Yeah, in twos you can still have one player carry the squad regardless, but you need to have a couple of competitors in a three squad to see a win. Otherwise, you're going to have two players stomp over top of your one, no problem.
Seemingly Fu with the dunk on Quadburger. And a big demo, but he's left Crabs in a bucket alive. That's a mistake. This ball pops out right into the center. Nobody's there to follow for UBC Okanagan, though.
Good save on the backside there by Quadburger. Had to be awake, and PC with a huge shot. Coming out from about, I think that was the halfway line? Or even deeper even? Oh my goodness, PC. Way up in the air. And I believe that was a bump coming across there from Quadburger to clear out the slot there and open up that shot lane.
Quadburger chased Cheese, made him stay on the ground for too long to get up the challenger shot, and then he bumped Chapstick out of the net. Again,
Smart
no points,
plays by
no
Quadburger.
points on the scoreboard for Quadburger on that play, but it was an easy shot for PC created by the bumps in net by Quadburger. Double tap attempt for Crabs, no.
I believe we call that the uncredited assist on, for Quadburger.
Yeah, the positional assist.
Yes, as we see Quadburger in the Simon Fraser corner there, looking to get a center, not enough on it as Chapstick is able to get the clear back to the UBC Okanagan end. Big shot coming on net, huge save by Quadburger, as they had to be smart in front of the net there. Up off the back wall, PC gets a nice touch, cleared out to the half wall, seemingly Fu waiting there for it, and not quite enough as it's forced back to the Simon Fraser end.
This ball's going to roll friendly there for UBCO. Able to get it out, but no further than midfield. Cheese does a good job keeping it in. PC on the second rush. Finally gained some field position there. Quadburger beaten by seemingly Fu, who's got the only goal in this one for SFU.
This is already a better showing by SFU. As you can see, the ball control is coming through a little more. They're getting a demo play here and there, able to create some advantage, and already have a goal in net. So again, just a couple change of directions and a couple good touches away from changing the momentum of this game.
Quad looking for the pass up. Crabs in a bucket. Can he win the race? Oh, nobody even went up to meet him. That's what I'm talking about, Jordan. They gave him so much time. He just had a free ball there. You never want your opponent to have a free ball in threes, especially.
Absolutely not, especially when you have players in the lobby like this who can capitalize on even less than that. You know, you never want to be leaving an open net or an open ball for anyone like PC or, for example, as they will capitalize immediately on that scoring opportunity.
Look at the way he air rolls to make sure his car gets around this ball. He's hitting that ball coming left to right. He's got to hit the ball right to left. The only way to do that is to do it exactly as he just did. Air roll around the ball and then flip left into it at just the right time, and then you can maintain all of your momentum, redirect it through your flip into that shot, which is how you get power in this game. That is significantly harder than PC just made it look.
That was an underratedly small, amazing play on PC's part. Is I don't even know the mechanics you would use to make that kind of move, whereas PC made that look easy.
And those are the things people don't think about as, you know, great Rocket League mechanics. Air roll shots are mechanically difficult. People in this game with Rocket League, they think about mechanics. They think about flip resets. They think about aerial plays, double taps, stuff like that. But shooting is just as much of a game mechanic as any of that stuff is. And what I've seen from PC tells me this dude has the shooting mechanics down pretty well.
Absolutely, PC putting on a show here as Quadburger coming to the slot, catches it off the back wall. A great challenge on the initial play there, as no one in front of the net. Not sure where the miscommunication was on the part of Simon Fraser there, but 5-1 with 10 seconds left. I have a hard time seeing this going any other way than in favor of UBC Okanagan.
This is going to put UBCO on the triple match point. They will have 3 chances to clinch this series and send themselves to the losers finals. And the winner of this will play UBC's B team. And the winner of this will also be guaranteed a top 3 finish, if I'm correct about how double elimination brackets tend to work. We haven't really mentioned this yet, Jordan, though I think it's worth saying. No bracket reset in this double elim tournament. The winner of the losers bracket will just go in down 1-0. That's to save us from a 3-hour grand finals, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with the mentality of awarding the team that made it through the winners finals with, you know, unscathed, more or less. So they should go in ahead with a game advantage. But just to touch on the scoreline of this game here, again, UBC Okanagan putting up 10 shots, Simon Fraser only putting up 6. And again, you see the difference that makes in the overall score totals. 5-1 in favor of UBC Okanagan as we head into this next match for a match point and series point for this loser semis.
Indeed, and I'll be real, I don't know if I see an adjustment to be made here by Simon Fraser. It's not like UBCO is dominating ball control. It's not like you know, it's not like they're just giving the ball away constantly. It's really just been a matter of they're not defending very well. You know, the shots 10-6 is not that uneven. It's indicative of something for sure, but it's not that uneven of a line. But to have that lead to 4-1 is less than ideal. Giving up 4 goals on 10 shots, not great. You want to see at this level. Shooting percentages should be like 25%, 30% at the highest.
Yeah, and when you're at a 50% more or less for your shot total, it's, you know, tough to compete against. As Quadburger looking to make a play in the slot here, gets towards the center. Can there be a follow-up? What a save coming across by Cheese. PC with a great shot off the play from Quadburger. Phenomenal start to this game so far.
That was such a good save. PC dropped the what a save unironically in quick chat while playing in a competitive game. Sometimes you just got to recognize mid-game that your opponent did something great. And Cheese, he just didn't have the boost to catch it. Had to delay the shot, and by the time he found it, Quadburger was there.
And again, Quadburger showing their defensive prowess and being able to force anything that's in a slot outside and away from danger for this UBC Okanagan squad.
Grabs good control, but he's given the ball away. Quadburger's a demo for Cheese's trouble. This ball again, they're getting the ball into spaces where generally it leads to scoring opportunities. There's just not really been that follow-up for that second, third man follow-up for SFU.
I mean, look at that play right there. Simon Fraser's got no help coming into the mid slot. Like, even if you do get a nice center ball, how are you expecting that to go into the net if you don't have any support from your other two players?
Yeah, passing only works if your teammates avail themselves for passing. You can pass all you want, but you don't have enough control over the ball in Rocket League to put it exactly where you see where your teammate is and put it right there. You have to kind of guess, and they have to just be smart enough to already be there.
Yeah, centering only helps when someone's there to finish off the job. As PC looking to get a touch here, can't quite get the one they're looking for to force it towards the net. As Cheese getting the clear, has a little bit of space, no boost. Oh, and a nice touch and a nice dribble. Can Chapstick get the finish? Good save by Quadburger. Smart regroup on their part of UBC Okanagan.
Smart play by Cheese there to make something out of nothing with zero boost there, just to get a fake and get that ball center. It did lead to 2 or 3 shots. It's really it's impressive when you can go into offense with no boost and produce a rush that actually generates a scoring opportunity.
Cheese there with a nice shot. Quadburger had to be smart on that save. Turnover here by PC as we're heading back down into the UBC Okanagan net. Great center. Just a little too high and quick for Chapstick to holler down on top of it, as they're still pressuring here. UBC Okanagan looking for that clear, as it looks like Simon Fraser will just back off and hopefully get a save here. As, oh my goodness, Crabs in the bucket. Great shot. Cheese had to be smart.
Chapstick's gonna drop that pass. Cheese again, low boost, couldn't get much of a shot off. I'm seeing an adjustment here. This is what SFU's doing differently. I don't know if they're doing it consciously, as Krabs makes it 1-0. Never mind. Let's talk about what led to this goal. It is, again, just the pressure, the ones play from PC. And Krabs there to mop it up.
And
it
I
should be
believe
called
that
mopping
was...
a bucket.
I believe Cheese did get a late touch on that one, forcing it up underneath the crossbar. Had they just been a little farther back, might have been able to tip it up over above. But again, sitting on 1-0 for UBC Okanagan as we are on match point.
This has been the most even game of this series, and the adjustment they made in this one, it's tenuous. Like, this is a scary way to try to play, but what they've been doing is rotating back on defense on the same side of the field as the ball, which allows that player rotating back, if he wants, to challenge the ball quicker than a player coming up from the back would be able to. It's already there. That requires so much good communication, though, to keep it up, and we saw one communication breakdown and it led to a goal immediately.
Yeah, for any hockey aficionados out there, it's the difference between back checking on the strong side versus the weak side.
Right.
So again, a dangerous play, and it works when you have good comms, but when it falls apart quickly, and you see goals come out from it. So
if you're just learning Rocket League from this too, like, you don't default to not rotating ball side, because it will confuse your teammates in rank, because you're not going to be talking about it. As that shot from Krabs saved, another shot is good, and it's Quadburger making it 2-0. As that may be the nail in the coffin, Jordan.
Only 37 seconds left. Again, not impossible to get 2 quick goals, but from the defense we're seeing on the UBC Okanagan side, I don't see any holes Simon Fraser can poke through at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that adjustment they made, as I said, it helped solve the speed deficit a little bit, but it creates its own problems, which is why it's not a necessarily advisable way to rotate in Rocket League. It was an interesting adjustment. I just like to see when teams try new things.
And at this point in the tournament, you got to be trying stuff to just create a difference, right? The definition of insanity: do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Simon Fraser learning their lesson in the first 2 matches, trying to change it up, but I don't think it's going to be enough here, Max.
Unless they score right now, which they can't because they don't have the ball. It's over. 2-0, 3-0 is Krabs in a bucket. Just puts a little garnish on this series. It's going to be a sweep for UBC Okanagan. They're going to cement themselves in our top 3. It's going to be UBC Okanagan up against the UBC's B team in the lower bracket finals next. UBCO wins this one easily, 3-0. But Jordan, every step of the way, Simon Fraser was able to keep pace. There were no big, huge blowouts. I think 4-1 was the worst game.
No, there weren't. And honestly, that was the best showing I've seen by Simon Fraser so far. I thought the way they adjusted in that final game actually put them in competitive position to put a couple goals in the net and change the outcome of that series. Unfortunately, some bounces didn't go their way. We're lost on a few lucky plays there. Yeah, you hate to see it, but I'm looking forward to seeing them come back. At our next Control, I'll compete and put in the works to this bracket.
2 series left in this one. Lower bracket finals, that's coming up next. UBCB up against SFU1. And then the grand finals. Winner of that up against the UBCA team. That's Ski, Harry, Lakers, and Frodo. They await the winners of our next match in the grand finals. We're going to have that in just a moment. First, we're going to take a quick break. Back in just a second with more Control Alt Compete. Cool.
Sweet.
I got to refill my water bottle. Give me like 2 minutes.
10 steps back till you get to where you're going. Just research where you're going. A t-shirt where it's snowing. A preacher not quite knowing what he's saying. What he's saying. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so.
Welcome back to Control Alt Compete. I'm Max. With me is Jordan. I nodded the wrong direction. With me is Jordan. He's right there. You're watching Control Alt Compete here, brought to you by Vancouver Esports Association, Mountainside Games, the gaming stadium, and all of those universities you see at the bottom. There's my alma mater, the UVic Vikes. Boom. They're out. Still in, though, UBC Okanagan and both UBC teams. Jordan, we've seen these two teams already today. I'm going to do this for the first time. I want to hear a prediction for you here in our losers finals.
Man, I mean, I've seen UBC Okanagan come up with some big games, Quad Burger with the quarterbacking on the backside. I'm loving the play so far, but I got to give my prediction to UBCB. I mean, that combination of Padster and Fervent, the chemistry you see coming out from the plays there, I predict they're going to put the screws to this UBC Okanagan team.
They'll probably hate me for this because one time Pastor Fervent and I played a tournament together, and we did way better than we thought we would. But I'm going to pick UBCO. I think the form that UBCO has been in the last two series we've seen from them, I think it's good enough to beat UBCB. And I don't know if the UBC boys are aware of how well UBCO is playing today. That's it's a lot about form in Rocket League. Who's playing best on the day, right?
And again, with a series in between, UBC Okanagan had the opportunity to stay warm, right? They're already, good to go. They have their mental game on, the communications on. Whereas, one series off for UBCB could be the difference maker as we head into the lobby here. Get this game started. Best of 5, UBC Okanagan versus the UBCB squad. And I think we're going to have to go B versus O on this one, Max.
Yeah, I think UBC B versus O. We're just saying a lot of UBCs. I think UBC Okanagan in general should rebrand as something else because it is functionally a completely separate university. As Pad in the tryhard Fennec now. The Merc didn't work for him.
Oh no, we lost the fridge. Honestly, stop the broadcast. It's not the same. Padster, I'm pissed. I mean, I've been waiting all series for this, and for you to lose the Merc right now, heartbreaker.
He promised me he would hit a patented max extremely low double tap when you hit a fancy double touch but you don't fly above the crossbar. That's my thing. He told me he would hit one. I want to see it happen in this series. As Krabs, he had an open net. He'll want that one back. Krabs in a bucket. Should have made it 1-0 there. Now Fervent can't quite carry it out. I'm going to be interested to see what we get out of Fervent. Theoretically, should be the best player in this lobby by a fair amount, too.
Quadburger circling up near the center slot there in the last few plays, causing some disruptions, making it challenging for this UBCB squad to get the ball out of their own end. As a weird touch by Fervent gets sent all the way back to their end as Patzer mistouched and Quadburger just didn't know what to do with all that open time and space, clearly.
2 consecutive accidental backflips from UBCB there, and Okanagan just wasn't ready for it. We've talked about this a couple times earlier today as Fatal can't put that shot in. In lobbies like this, a miss can really mess up everybody just because nobody's expecting it.
And we're going to have to start calling them UBC backflip out here, apparently. So.
There have been, that's actually a salient point. I've noticed a fair amount of accidental backflips here in these first 2 minutes of this game. Maybe a little bit cold. Maybe they went and had dinner or something and didn't stay warm. But right now, as I said, UBCO looking the more on-form team. It may just be that they were just playing and were able to stay warm. Big win by Fatal.
Didn't have a lot of boot there. They couldn't challenge the way they wanted to, unfortunately. But Padster looking to get a shot here. Not quite enough, as it was just outside on the post there.
This should also be a lobby Fatal feels a lot more comfortable than the last one we saw these dudes playing in, which should allow Fervent a little more freedom on offense, as you see him already getting in there, bumping goalies.
And you can see in this lobby the difference in time and space that's available.
Yeah.
Players have the opportunity to make some micro adjustments before they play the ball, where there just wasn't that opportunity in previous lobbies when players like Frodo and Harry Linkers are pressuring you continuously. As Fervent finds a beautiful touch in front of the net. Looks like it came just off the top of the crossbar there and came into the net, and had to be smart on that double touch there. And PC just couldn't read it off the defensive player.
That's equal. I would say that's equal parts smart, equal parts luck. To put your car in the right spot there is smart. To have the opponent hit it that cleanly off of you takes more than a little bit of luck. Crabs in a bucket will pull off of that one, and they'll give back possession to UBCB. And that is the B team. There is not like a UBC Brentwood or anything like that that's somehow appeared recently.
Knowing UBC, we can see those expansion plans coming down the road here eventually, so we're looking forward to that.
The Mill Bay campus on Vancouver Island, yeah.
Now we're talking.
Peace looking for the double. Fatal is off looking for the in and out, the squishy save.
Perfect, good shot on net. Quadburger had to be smart on that play there. Looking to get it up. Doesn't have any boost to counter it as Padster with the great stop there at the half line.
He had no boost, but Quadburger did such a good job delaying there as he heard both of his teammates die behind him. Just bought him enough time to respawn, even though he had 1-2 boosts that whole play.
And again, you know, UBC Okanagan coming out of their own zone with no boost to speak of, making it tough to challenge plays in the offensive zone.
Fatal's going to have to wait. That challenge didn't quite pinch out as far as he thought. Fervent is up. Fervent's going to win this, but he doesn't have enough boost to really do much with it. Final 40 seconds of play here. Quad possession knocked away by Fatal. That shot not quite good enough.
And PC with the banger off the crossbar, almost in the net to tie this game up. Not quite enough.
That is the margin of error here. You know, that's an inch away from being the perfect shot, and the inch that it's off turns it into an offensive possession for UBCB. Not a lot of room for error here for either of these squads. Quadburger clears it away, but lost possession of it here, which means Fatal can just, if he wants, shepherd this down to the ground. He's giving it up to PC though, and finally Fervent will ground it. Game 1 in this best of 5 goes the way of UBCB. I would be happy to be wrong about my prediction, Jordan, because these guys, particularly Padster, are friends of mine. So I didn't like picking against them. It just felt right at the moment.
To be fair, I did take your thunder there pretty early with that prediction, so you know I'll take personal responsibility on my part. It's the least I could do.
No, you know what? I figured you were gonna pick UBC Vancouver B. But that's not why. I don't believe in manufacturing discussion. If we both agree, we both agree. We move on. I still feel UBCO looks like they're in good form. That was a close game.
That was tight.
Could go either way. I didn't see anything from that game that necessitates an adjustment either way. I think this is still, we're going into game 2. These guys are still sort of feeling each other out.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it is kind of a little bit like a duel here, and each duel is a little different when you go from game to game as players feel the way other players are playing, the touches that are going their way, that aren't going their way, where that support is coming in from their opponents. And again, I think we're going to see a good game out of this UBC Okanagan squad as they try and pressure this UBCB squad.
Fatal with the solid setup, couldn't follow it. Quadburger no boost. Grabs is there. Quad trying to make something happen. He's just staying up. This is not the same Quadburger we saw in the previous 2 series. where he let his teammates do most of the offensive work.
No, this quad burger we're seeing is a lot closer to the play of like Frodo or Harry Lakers, as we're seeing plays at both ends of the arena, and saves on one end and shots on the other, which is the kind of play you need to be a difference maker in this game.
Grabs, looking for a ground to air dribble. He's just going to take it into the corner. Looking for a pinch. Fatal. Always calm in goal, but it was a rough touch despite his calmness. Nearly led to a finish.
Padster had some great support on that play and was able to get a decent clear until PC came in with a challenge. But again, that demo play allowed them to stay in control of the ball.
Oh my.
Oh no. Oh no, PC with a crazy little floater and a funky bump to force the UBCB player back into their own net without a touch.
That was
almost a dangerous play.
I would have loved for that to be a goal just so we could watch a replay of that a couple times. Fatal with the save. Didn't know how much he knew about that when he made it. He must have just fallen on that ball.
Yeah, and sometimes you get a little lucky and you run out of boost right at the right time, so to speak.
Pad out of boost, but makes himself useful. Gets a bump. That ends up being extremely important as Fatal is demolished off the ball.
Fatal moving up here at the ball, coming out of their own net. I've seen Fatal mostly on the back side of things currently, playing that defensive role. Nice to see them pressuring up and trying to give UBCB that edge they want.
BC, good turn. Crab a little early on the half rotation, couldn't find a touch. Quadburger just lurking, waiting for the opportunity, but he may have misjudged it. Just flailing at the ball, and he has misjudged it as Fervent puts it in. And it was this turn right here. Quadburger had a choice, go back or challenge this ball, and he made the wrong one. And it leads to a goal. 1-0 here for UBCB.
And I just want to say, great pressure on the part of Fatal there to force that play into the slot. Continuous pokes to the defensive team there to make that an opportunity.
Like we both said before we were talking about the series before it started, that this might be a series where Fatal feels pretty comfortable. And we've seen that play out as Padster puts in his first goal of the series. 2-0 in this game too.
And that's the Padster we know and love. Coming across the slot, sees both the defenders, puts the ball where neither of them can reach it. 2-0 with 2 minutes and 2 seconds left on the clock.
It feels like UBCB is starting to feel more and more comfortable with every passing moment in this. Fatal rushing in for bumps. Fervent looking for air dribbles. Padster just making smart rotations, being solid on defense, taking good power shots. They're keeping it simple.
And again, it's these smart plays that are going to lead to, good opportunities down the stretch here, and very few mistakes that UBC Okanagan can capitalize on. Because I have a hard time seeing this squad get any straight up easy looks like that as Padster's there on the good defensive play. They're going to need to catch UBC in a mistake or a lucky demo as Padster puts one away just underneath the crossbar on a great play off of the wall from the pass from Fervor.
This is how you know Padster's feeling well. When the shots are this crisp from him, and they're not always. I think he'd probably tell you that's one of his more inconsistent things is just consistent shot power and placement. But when he's doing that well, he plays at a level above what he normally does, because all the other stuff is still there. All the intelligence, all the positioning and stuff like that, the game sense, it's all still there. When he's hitting bangers, it really changes whatever team he's on, the makeup of it really drastically.
One could argue the placebo effect of the Fennec is really coming into play here as Padster's just putting on a show with the goals.
I believe in the placebo effect in Rocket League. It's real.
Oh,
it's real and fake at the same time.
It is 100% real that it's an opportunity to shake your mental without actually changing your reality.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a purposeful placebo effect.
Yeah.
Fervent's got to cut all the way across here. He's made Krabs waste a fair amount of boost. Krabs looking for the center. Quadburger's there for the shot, but it doesn't actually turn into a shot as the game recognizes it. because Fervent was there so quickly to snuff it out. Pass
Good
ahead to Fatal.
Good opportunities here from the UBCO squad as they're trying to capitalize and get some opportunities. Fervent, great shot on net. This just comes out from the post and not quite the inside bounce they were looking for. PC with a good flick over top of the UBCB defenders. Coming down to the final seconds, that's going to be all she wrote as UBCB takes a 2-0 lead in this series and puts the series onto match point against UBC Okanagan.
Triple match point here for UBC Van B, and if they win this series, no matter what happens, they will have only lost to the other UBC team.
And
UBC Van B has not dropped a game outside of that series.
And as you can see on the scoreline there, Padster dropping 4 shots, the same amount as Crabs in a Bucket, but again, Padster's completing those opportunities as they put 2 goals up on the scoreline, putting them over top of the Okanagan squad. I don't know what I would change about the game plan from Okanagan. I see them doing their absolute best to create opportunities and make plays and rotations. I just don't see those opportunities coming through into the front of the net. They're getting stuck in the corners. They're unable to, seize mistakes when they come from the UBC Vancouver B squad. But let's see if they can, get out from underneath this first match point.
Fervent puts it right to Quadburger, and the thing we saw a lot from UBCO going into this series that we haven't seen yet. Where are the demos? That's one of the ways you can really even out a difference in skill is erase a couple players, momentarily from the pitch. See what happens. At the worst, you're going to mess up their team's overall boost numbers. You're going to mess up their rotations. But, when you're playing against a player like Fervent, who's I think that we're being shown here, is the best player on this map, or in this lobby, what do you got to find something, and right now it's just a long shot from Crabs in a Bucket set up by a misplay by Fervent. Has there ever been a worse caster curse moment?
I mean, no, there has not, A, but B, good capitalization on the part of Crabs in a Bucket to see that double commit coming through and get the touch early on there. That's the UBC Okanagan squad needed something early in this game to at least set the tone that they are capable of pushing this series farther down the road. I don't know if it's going to be enough, as UBCB is just still hunting in this lot currently.
You pointed this out between games here, 4-1 last game, but it wasn't like UBCB had a huge amount of control. They only had 2 more shots, and you pointed that out. The difference, though, and this is a hallmark of a team that Padster is on, any team that Padster is on. This team is picking their spots really well. This UBCB team, they're committing when they should, and no more than that. Like, when they have shots, they're going in face first. But other than that, they're peeling off. So they're not swinging at pitches they can't hit, so to speak, to use a baseball metaphor.
Absolutely not. And honestly, it really just helps having a fridge on your side, as we see the fridge completely miss the ball there, as Padster making an uncharacteristic mistake on the cross there. But again, this UBCB squad is doing their best to put on a show here, and UBC Okanagan is going to have to keep their head up and boost meters full if they're going to stay competitive throughout the remaining 3 minutes of this match.
I love Padster having his best game of the tournament after switching off Merc and then being like, okay, perfect, I'll switch back to Merc now.
Apparently that placebo effect is yeah. Apparently that placebo effect we were talking about is non-existent, and Padster's completely ignoring our advice. And honestly, I'm gonna have to bring this up with his team eventually, because this is just unacceptable at this point.
Fatal losing the 50. Pad's there, but he's on low boost. You're gonna give him the space to follow this. That's a perfect example of the time and space thing. DC just challenged that ball. Pad would have had to give it. Had to give it up to him.
That's a scary challenge on the part of PC, is you never know how much boost your teammates have necessarily.
Unfortunate right there. The combination of Quadburger whiffing here with the demo at the same time. It's tough. It's tough. The whiff would not have been a problem if not for the demo on Crabs in a Bucket.
Yeah, tough challenge coming out there, evening up the score line with 2 minutes and 21 seconds left on the clock here, as we are on match point for this game. So we are heading towards the end of our losers finals here.
It's not quite there, but it's starting to feel like silver goal territory. This has been a pretty low scoring series all told for UBCO. They've scored 1 goal in both of the games so far until now, though. Crabs in a bucket makes it 2-1. And for the first time in this series, UBCB is going to have to put up more than 2 to win this one.
And I retract my previous statement, and that was the best caster's curse I've ever seen. So clearly we're just accelerating in the right direction on this broadcast.
The speed from Crabs in the bucket, though, to get up there before anybody else even thought about jumping.
Fervent, great pass to Fatal. Had to be smart in front of the net. UBCO with some good saves. Finally get the clearance, forcing Fervent to play that off his own back wall.
He's going to turn, but it's a tough touch, and he's going to miss it. Fervent's going to have to... He lost momentum. What a touch to center it, though. Quad read it all the way.
Crabs in the bucket. Great defense there. PC coming in with the shot just wide. Good pass from Crabs in the bucket and good support from his teammates there to make sure that is pushed out wide and out of harm's way.
You see smart backboard read to make sure that doesn't end up center off the backboard. You just got to get any touch there pretty much if you're on UBCO. Quads up. Looking to set up another scoring opportunity. UBCO smells blood here in this game 3.
Coming down to the final minute of play here. All UBCO has to do is hang on and they can force another game, give themselves one more chance at this grand final, hopefully. But UBCB is circling and Padster dangerously hanging out the slot, waiting for an opportunity. Doesn't see it from Fatal and has to retreat on defense and regroup.
Nice touch by PC, able to get this ball clear with plenty of boost on his teammates still, which at the very least is going to burn time that UBC Vancouver B really need. 17 seconds left. Let's see what UBC B has. Looking for an infield pass. Pad was not there for it. The bumps, it doesn't matter. Quad's just sitting in net waiting. Can Pad turn on this? He can. Not quick enough. PC beats him there. And with that touch, Crabs in the bucket makes it the end. He's gotten it down. I didn't think Fatal was going to catch it. He almost got it. And UBCB drops their first game to anybody that is not also a UBC team. Although I guess UBC Okanagan is technically a UBC team.
When it comes down to the technicalities, I think we'll avoid those as, again, that's the type of game I wanted UBC Okanagan to put up. They were great on the defensive side of plays. They got the shots they needed. And if you look at the shot totals, I'm going to do some quick math here. It looks like it's 8-5. So again, beating UBC Vancouver B on the shot totals puts them over top. Again, if you're not taking those opportunities to put shots on net, don't expect to see the scoreboard going your way either.
Yeah, and I mean, it was, again, we saw, maybe this is the way that they play when they're playing against better teams, but UBCO, again, dropping Quadberger back in this one into a more defensive role, that quarterback spot. You know, in their previous series, we saw him moving up a lot. I think that was just because he felt more confident doing that.
And
this seems to be the way this team plays against, players that are as good or better than Quadberger, basically.
Still sitting on match point as PC looking to get a touch off the ceiling. Not quite there. Quadberger there for support. Has a little bit of boost. Not quite enough. We are just 15 seconds into this match as Fervent gets a great shot from the center of the field there. Great power on it off the bounce on the ceiling. And, I mean, I don't know what you do there as PC tried to get a touch on it. Just not enough to put it outside and wide.
Theoretically savable if he reacts instantly to that shot. But, yeah, with human reaction time, there's not much he could do there besides flip at it and hope to get it above the crossbar. Almost did. Almost made that happen. It's 1-0 here. UBCB looking for the series clincher.
Grabs in a bucket with a great shot on net. And another shot coming across. Padster had to be there on the crossbar to avoid that goal. Grabs in a bucket, circling in the center of the slot there. Tipped up into the UBCB squad's outside.
That was such a smart touch of defense by Fervent. He had no business even going for that, but he needed to. Somebody on his team needed to make a touch. Fatal gets it just out. Again, the lack of control from UBC Vancouver, a little bit troubling here. We saw them lose a little bit of their game flow control last game. They had all series.
This is not quite the same mojo as you saw in the last couple games from the UBCB squad. I think they've realized that this Okanagan team isn't going to go to bed easily, and they're going to put up a fight. So they need to put out their best opportunities here as Fervent gets a good shot on net, but Quadburger there for the save.
They're doing this thing UBCO is. They're doing it alternative. Demoing the opponent's third man while the opponent has the ball. But if you create a turnover quick enough after that, boy, is that a scary place to find yourself on defense. Just the two men up with nobody else behind you. It's smart. I've never really seen a team as dedicated to that particular kind of demo before. And it's smart. It's making sense to me. And you know what else makes sense? Fervent being quick in the air. Just an absolute... this one is just all about speed. It's not about placement. It's not even really about power. It's just about beating PC to that ball when you're starting from that far away from it.
That's a one-on-one play that just Fervent showing the domination that they're capable of in this arena, and beautiful shot on net, and, putting this team up 2-0.
Just under 3 minutes away from, if this scoreline holds, a double UBC Vancouver final. Probably the final that the fake Vegas odds makers would have picked, as Fervent makes it 3-0. And UBCB starting to run away with Game 4.
And this is more like the UBCB squad we expect. As you can see, they're getting the passes they need to the center. They're getting the support across the board on defense and offense. The mojo's back, Max, and that's all I can really say about it.
Fervent, I mean, when we talk about Fervent being the guy who can have pop-off games for this UBCB team, and it's not in the same way that Frodo is able to carry with his ball control abilities and just pure shooting. Fervent's just an extremely fast player, and when he's feeling himself, he's in that flow state, he's not thinking, he's going to beat near everybody to the ball when he feels it's his.
Yeah, his reaction time is phenomenal. I would agree with that. And when Fervent's the first one up, Fervent's getting it. That's how it works, unfortunately. And UBCO just doesn't seem to have the answer at this point, unless they go for the demo.
I mean, that is when they've had the most success. Maybe they've been trying to and just not being able to hit them, but that's kind of, I think if they're going to watch the tape of this and say, well, what could we have done differently, that'll probably be it. I think they should have been looking for more demos. Oh, unlucky fourth goal, but Fatal MB gets his first of the series.
And Fatal, a great touch here. Able to beat PC to that ball that I believe PC got a late touch on it that forced it wide, making the defenders unable to reach that ball as it just gets wired into that top left corner.
Yeah, the old own goal that's not really an own goal, but it's technically an own goal.
Unfortunate touch.
Yeah. I mean, even that shot had enough power on it that I don't know. As Fervent puts in another one, he's got his fourth goal of the game. That's the second time we've seen Fervent or Padster put up a 4 spot in this tournament.
But look at the bump coming across from Fatal. That was the game maker play right there, as it gets the pass to the slot and clears the shooting lane for Fervent to finish up that play. Padster coming out of his own zone, looking to get a touch. Not quite enough. Fatal circling with their teammates, looking to get this ball out of their own zone as it's buried in their own corner. Padster had to be smart on that touch as Fatal heading up to their offensive zone. It's a decent center off the ceiling. Fervent's there, almost on net, just a little outside and wide.
I appreciate Pad's desire to get a pinch goal here. He's trying it like 3 times in this last minute or so. He wants something. He wants something for a clip at the end of this one. So does Fervent, looking for the musty flick. Can't find it.
Clearly Padster playing way outside his normal positioning as Squadburger capitalizes on all 3 UBCB players up on the front half there, as Fatal couldn't win that 50-50. But I got to give credit to Quadburger on his card placement on that one to win that.
Not much to really say about that one. That's a classic, hey, we're up 5-0. Everybody's kind of autopiloting up the field. Oh, you guys finally got to see the classic Cadster kickoff. Nobody else in the entire world does that kickoff. It's very ugly, but it's very effective. I've only ever seen him do it.
One could say the same thing about the Murky's driving, so you know, I think that's appropriate.
It is ugly, but you'll find other players, myself included, in the Merc in rank. But I've in 4,000 hours of this game, I've never seen anybody except for Padster do that kickoff, where he just single jumps and rotates sideways and just kills the ball. It's really weird. I love it.
Padster just a unique player in every facet of their game.
100%.
Absolutely.
Fatal.
As we come down to the final seconds here, and the ball drops, and UBCB winning the series 3-1 over UBC Okanagan.
And a big one for Fervent in this one. 7 shots, 4 goals. Finally, we're looking. We've been talking about the Fervent pop off. We finally get it, and it's in an elimination game too, which, you know, when better for that to happen.
And I got to give shouts to my man Quadburger for coming out, putting up a tough game, putting up a tough series, you know, doing the best to lead the squad to that victory, but unable to pull it out as we are heading towards our grand finals.
Yeah, and the grand finals that I think, you know, when I saw the brackets, I was like, well, okay, the grand finals is going to be Padster's UBC team up against Frodo's UBC team, unless there's a surprising team. UBC Okanagan, I thought, was going to be that surprising team when we started this tournament. SFU won as well. It looks like a team that could, with time to meld, compete at this level as well. Yet and still, we're getting the double UBC, a double scoop of Thunderbird ice cream here in the grand finals.
It is hard to compete against the chemistry these UBC teams have. When you've just spent as many years, as many games playing together, you know where to expect your teammates to be. You know what the expectations you need to meet. Clearly, those have been met on both sides of UBC A and B.
Indeed, Jordan. You're watching Control Alt Compete here, brought to you by Vancouver Esports Association, the Gaming Stadium, and Mountainside Games. The finals are coming up next. UBC A versus UBC B after this.
Take 10 steps back, close your eyes and listen, and look from somewhere different. I know that I've been slipping. I fold my tie and ribbon to hide my scars. That's how it starts. Ooh, I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so. I say something, it's out of line. I say it again, another time. I spoke freely when I was 17. I said the kind of things that no one was letting me. I pick you up, I pick you out of a crowd. How does it sound? Am I as loud as you want it now? I'll make you come up to my cloud. Best believe I'm not coming down. No, I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'd rather smoke something. I could probably blow a ring. I'm opening up as a singer. Nobody wants quality, they only want quantity. They keep ignoring me, it's boring me. I wanna be paid, I want double now, or I will not tell you how to get to my fucking cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Oh, I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Oh, I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll pick you up, I'll pick you out of a crowd. How does it sound? Am I as loud as you want it now? I'll make you come up to my cloud. Best believe I'm not coming down. No, I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Oh, I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Oh, I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down.
Welcome back to Control Alt Compete. I'm Max. With me is Jordan. This is all put together by the Vancouver Esports Association, Mountainside Games, and produced by the Gaming Stadium. Jordan, grand finals coming up. Thoughts? Anything?
I mean, we've seen both of these teams on stream already. We know what Padster and Fervent are capable of. We've seen Ski and Frodo put on shows on stream already. This is going to be a tough one. Max, I'm going to go to you on this one first since you're our resident expert. Who do you got?
Oh, I've got Frodo's team, and I frankly would be surprised if we see UBCB take a game off UBCA here. That would be a moral victory, I think, for this squad. UBCA, though, did drop a game in the first round to that SFU1 team that we saw coming fourth here, so maybe not in the best of form, but I mean, UBCB coming in warm, as you saw last game, that could make a difference. The team coming in warm can often come in and kind of throw that first haymaker and take the other team by surprise.
And it's been almost 3 rounds of games since UBC Vancouver A has played. So again, a little dinner, a little bit of time off, could be coming out a little cold. So we'll see if they can turn up the heat in these first few games. But a port of formality to our viewers in chat currently. Again, this UBC Vancouver A team coming in with 1 game in hand since they came from the winner's bracket. So we do have a best of 7. But UBC Vancouver A will already be up 1 game as we head into the lobby.
Oh, Ski has switched cars as well. Ski's feeling himself. I believe that is the samurai, or that's the werewolf. Sorry, there's a bunch of cars that look the same. That all kind of look like versions of a Lamborghini that have come out in the last couple of years. We are underway here in our grand final, Jordan, as Harry Lakers right off the bat, 17 seconds in. The simple side flip shot for you young Rocket League players out there. Great way to get tight on the ball quickly. Side flip under it. He makes it 1-0.
And a great initial touch there to beat the first defender and force Padster into a one-on-one situation where Harry is able to capitalize quickly.
Fatal looking for the challenge, and again we're going to be spotlighting Fatal MB. On paper, the lowest ranked player in this lobby. And he really struggled in a couple of the games last time these two teams met in the winners finals. This is again a rematch of that winners finals. That UBC V, aka UBC Vancouver's A team, they took that in a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, and this UBC Vancouver A squad is, marginally unstoppable with Frodo on their backside, just absolutely not letting anything through on any 50-50 balls, and then is able to turn the ball back around and put it all the way back down to the opponent's end. I mean, how do you compete with that?
You kind of just can't. You just gotta you have to mitigate Frodo, which means any time you see him make a bad first touch, a little bit too heavy or something, you have to be ready to capitalize, and that is so hard because he rarely does it. You have to always be ready for his mistakes, but he's never making mistakes, so which lulls you to sleep. He's just, like I said at the beginning of this tournament, just my least favorite player in the entire world to play against.
It'd definitely be at least in my top 3, as I wouldn't want to play anyone in this server currently, as they are playing at such a high level. With Frodo and the great shot, Fervent had to be smart on that save and push it out wide, as UBCB finally clears their own zone.
Padster opts out of the shot. He's going to put it near post. Smart play, because he didn't really have a shooting angle. The pass is going to come out to Fatal, who's just going to have to put it to the side and look for control, but Frodo again wins the 50. In the air, on the ground, in the snow, doesn't matter. Wins the 50.
And again, something I want to touch on is what UBCV is doing to this UBCB squad with the boost management. They're controlling the entire arena with the boost. There's nothing left. And again, you see that problem come and arise here as the demo comes through on, I believe that's Padster Fervent. Padster gets the demo, but not enough to defend against Harry Lakers.
And a quick 2-0 here, halfway through this one. For UBC Vancouver A. As Fatal nearly answers again. That's the difference in levels here. The placement just not quite perfect enough for Fatal. It allows Harry Lakers to come across and make that save.
And it's good to see Padster back in his forever fridge. But Frodo making good plays at the front of the net as Fatal needs to play this out with some speed. Harry Lakers on the challenge. Beats Padster. Fervent looking to push that up. Fatal with the follow-up. Fervent with the center, but Frodo's up to clear that out and wide as Padster needs to be smart on this return.
Fervent and Pad get their wires crossed a little bit. Again, they do. These two need to be on the same page for this UBC Vancouver B team to have any chance at overcoming what is already a 1-0 deficit in this series. Quite likely will be a 2-0 deficit, as this 2-0 lead here for UBCA is looking pretty solid.
There's a substantial difference between supporting and following your teammate.
Yeah.
I think we were walking that line pretty finely that last few seconds here between Padster and Fervent.
Frodo's got to get it up over his own crossbar. It's done well. Fatal couldn't find the shot.
Fatal so close on that. Just couldn't tuck it inside the post. And again, game of millimeters as Frodo turning it back to the other end. Puts it up center. Good touch towards the slot. Not quite low enough to put it into the net as Padster's looking for a clear back to the other end.
Look at the speed by Fervent. Fervent and Pad probably the only two players on this in this tournament. As Frodo makes it 3-0, that can force UBC Vancouver to play the way that they normally play in the proper CRL, in the official Collegiate Rocket League run by Sonics, with Ski as that third man. UBCB is actually forcing him to play that role for the first time in this tournament right now.
Absolutely, and you know, I love to see this competitive play coming from two squads that are, you know, arguably interchangeable amongst each other. I've seen these squads shuffle a few times with, you know, Padster playing with the likes of Frodo and vice versa. I love to see the competitive edge they're trying to gain on each other and just, you know, learning those micro nuances that each of these players creates.
And for a player like Fervent, more so than Padster, for a player like Fervent, who, you know, you could argue should be on this A team, depending on how the team comp would work with him and Harry. Him and Harry play very similarly. But, you know, for a player like Fervent, wanting to prove yourself against this A team, but I'm sure he feels like he should probably be on.
Absolutely, and you want to send a clear message, as Ski sends a very clear message to the UBCB squad that they are not done and they are not walking away from this game lightly, as Harry Lakers with a beautiful touch off the back to set Ski up there. Again, we are seeing some top-tier plays coming out from UBCA, Vancouver A.
And they find a way to win this first one. Second one on your scoreboard, 2-0 after game one. I mean, and this is what we were expecting out of UBCA throughout this tournament. Just the ball control. Again, not a huge difference between the shots in this, but it's how scary those shots were for UBCA. They were just a little more threatening.
Max, you've been preaching it this entire broadcast, placement and control.
Yeah.
And what I'm seeing coming out from this Vancouver A squad is what we expected, placement and control. And I'm just not seeing the same elements being showcased by this B squad.
We get ready here for game number 2. Again, the one game advantage for UBCA coming into this, if you're wondering why I'm saying game 2 and it's showing you a 2-0 lead already, don't worry. I can count. It's all good.
And a big shouts to your hat while we have you on screen here. Loving the Dubs, you know, great reference there. Big fan.
Little city map of my hometown on the underside of the hat as well. It's one of my favorite hats.
As we head back into lobby here, we see Padster and Frodo setting up to duel each other one more time. Let's get it going, Max.
Game 2 underway here. Fervent off his own backboard wins the challenge with Frodo, but there's the difference you pointed out, Jordan. Winning a challenge is one thing. Coming out of it with control is another altogether. Frodo off the backboard. Fatal. That's not going to do enough. It's going to drop down right in front. And oh my, Ski with the whiff. Frodo puts it in. And another early goal here for UBC Van A. Looking to pull off, I want to say, their 4th sweep in a row after that first round 2-1 series win.
And Fatal and Fervent just hanging out on the ground there. No boost to speak of, no opportunity to support that ball or keep it out of their own net. And Frodo capitalized quickly early in this game.
Frodo on low boost. He's still going to get a challenge, and it ends up being pretty perfect. Fatal not able to start that air dribble, challenged immediately by Harry. Look at the lack of space the blue team, UBCB, is being given.
That's a nice demo in the slot there, opening up some room, but again, the support coming back for this UBC Vancouver A squad. As Frodo looks to clear it out, has some support, almost gets a touch towards the center, and Harry Lakers needs to clear this out and get some boost and some support from his teammates.
Fatal's just gonna bang it high off the backboard. Nobody's up for it. That means
Whoa!
You had to know somewhere Fervent is gonna be rocketing in from out of frame to put that in. 1-1.
Fervent getting up off the back wall to put that ball in. A nice slam dunk past 2 of the UBC Vancouver A squad. Great shot, Fervent showing the capacity they have to be a game changer.
The demo onto Fervent Ski. A little heavy on that touch. Took himself out of the play. Pat wins a 50 with Frodo, but it comes right to Ski. So did he really win it?
Possession and control.
Yeah.
Something Frodo has, and I haven't seen from our UBC Vancouver B squad yet.
A little flopping around in net, and still somehow Frodo comes away with the save and control. Him and Harry got really tied up there together. Ski's shot's going to be high. Now they're just kind of toying with them, just smacking it off that backboard, waiting for a scoring opportunity to present itself, not forcing anything.
They're just peppering this UBCB squad at this point with shot opportunities, bounces off the backboard, just making it tougher and tougher to read plays and just draining the boost from the other squad.
Oh, what a smart play by Ski. Forcing Fatal into a position where Ski had all the control. iPad, love to see it.
Fatal with a good challenge on that play there. Gets an opportunity towards the front of the net, but again, the support is there for this UBCA squad.
It's 1-1. UBCB making a case for themselves in this one. It's been a pretty even series, pretty even game so far.
Shot count is currently 4 for Vancouver A and 3 for Vancouver B. So again, pretty even across the board so far, so we're not seeing any showstoppers come out yet.
Passes the eye test of an even game too. Just a lot of midfield play, and not a ton of like what they used to call like siege offense, where you like put 8-9 shots on back to back to back. That's a rough touch by Ski. I think he wanted to back pass it, but he handcuffed his teammates. Fatal is there to capitalize. It's 2-1. UBCB has the lead.
And here we go, Fatal putting themselves in the right place at the right time to capitalize on those mistakes from the Vancouver A squad, and frankly, that's the only way it's going to happen in this game, as Vancouver A still putting on a show, but Vancouver B is saying, we're not done yet.
You know, I had a conversation with a longtime professional Rocket League player named Prime Thunder. I think you actually recorded that episode, Jordan, of my show. And he said, this is a guy who's been a pro for about 3 years, he said this is a game of mitigating mistakes. It's the team who makes the least mistakes generally wins the game. And we're seeing that in this one. You know, on paper, UBCA, easily the more talented team. I mean, Pavster messaged me this before this series, that you know, everybody on this UBCA team is better than everybody on the UBCB team at an individual level. But if you're making mistakes and the other team is capitalizing, that really doesn't matter as much.
Well, that's the beauty of this being a team sport, is, you know, your parts don't necessarily have to equal your whole. As chemistry plays a huge piece into this, communication plays a huge piece into this, and frankly, just some luck at the end of the day. You know, UBCB seeing a couple bounces go their way, and again, like I said, a little bit of luck, a little bit of good bounce, and we see a 3-1 game with less than a minute left to play in this game number 2.
Rocket League Rocket League luck is what is the same as Oprah Winfrey luck, which is the opportunity meets preparation. You know, there was luck there, but Fervent was in the right spot, you know, and he was prepared enough to capitalize on it. Would he have gotten
Right.
a chance to score that if not for the backflip by Harry Lakers? No, definitely not. But Harry could have backflipped, and it wouldn't have mattered if Fervent wasn't in the right spot.
You have to be in the right place at the right time. I entirely agree with that, but you got to get lucky on the way the ball comes off the backboard
Oh,
or
yeah,
any other piece of this arena. So, I'm hoping that UBCB can hold this scoreline and we can see a few more games of Rocket League here as Harry Lakers puts on a bit of a show. I think that was, 3 touches off the crossbar before that went in?
Well, was it Harry or Fatal? Yeah, it was Fatal.
I think it was Fatal.
Yeah.
Fatal that got the touch late.
That was, if he'd been able to keep that out, that was going to be saving the tournament from Fatal right there. The shot from Harry Lakers, and just pitch perfect of Frodo, the guy who ends up putting it away, though.
Hatster looking to counter. Gets a nice touch down in the slot. Fatal with a touch, keeping it down into the UBCA squad end. The Ski finally says, no thank you, I don't want that down here. We're going to put that back down to your end. Harry Lakers puts that up. Ski on the backboard. Can't get the touch they wanted. Ball comes down. And can they get one more? And there we go. UBC Vancouver B putting a game up onto the scoreboard. 2-1. We head into game number 3.
Sorry, I had to get the headphones back on. I forgot we were going back in between these games here. The big game from Fervent, we've seen it once a series. Fervent can steal you a game. The question is, Jordan, this has already happened now. Fervent's stolen you a game. A, can you do it again? B, can you find a win another way?
And that's the tough question. I saw some very promising moments from Fatal in that game, playing above their caliber from where they have earlier in this tournament. I think they put up good shots, again, matching Fervent for the amount of shots they put up. But again, trying to beat Frodo just seems like an impossible task as he just wins every 50 and then controls the play heading back down to the other end with full boost. I don't know how he does it.
Magic. No, you know what it is? This is the most subtle thing about great Rocket League players. Since you've got your own Rocket League client, Jordan, you can do this. Just stay on Frodo's camp for a second. You'll see it. The way these players path over the small boosts on their way to the ball and on their way to other bigger boosts or wherever they're going is something you'd never notice if A, you don't play this game, and B, you weren't told to look for it. But Frodo is incredible at that. He's always got boosts, and that's why 1-0 already. Again, what is this? 3 games in a row now. UBCA has scored within the first 10 seconds.
And Ski with the beautiful demo on that half wall, opened up the boost and opened up the lane there for a charge and capitalizes 5 seconds into this game. Quick start for this UBCA squad.
Last game, UBCB had an answer. Will they this time? They answered quickly last game, and it was this man right here, Fatal with a shot.
Fatal!
Oh man, that was as near perfect as it can get. He beat all the goalies, but crossbar, undefeated in Rocket League.
The millimeters in this game that cause so much anxiety as Fatal just can't seem to complete the play there and force that below the crossbar.
Pass up to Harry. Can't quite find a way to put it on net. Impressive attempt. Fatal dunked immediately before he can get anything going on that dribble. Look at Ski just sweeping across the net, stealing all the boost.
It's like he's skiing.
There's more to his name. His name used to be longer, but Ski was the beginning of it. I forget what it was. It was like Ski the Terminator or something like that. I forget. He had a whole long name when I first met him. Now he just goes by Ski, which I respect. Especially the random punctuation at the end of his name.
As a caster, I appreciate the single syllable, and it really makes my life substantially easier. As Frodo, great pass across to Harry Lakers, can't capitalize on that. Cycles back, gets the demo on Fatal, is able to regroup quickly with the team there to support.
This is why having a player as individually gifted as Frodo helps. Like right there, Ski rushed up on that as the third man, and in my opinion, overcommitted, leaving all 3 of the UBCA players in front of the ball, which is not where you want to be. Frodo just calmly drove back as fast as he could and demoed the UBCB player before he could convert on what was a mistake by his teammates.
Yeah, and thankfully that didn't turn into a fatal error on Fatal's part as Frodo was still circling in front of the net.
You're waiting for Fatal to make like just a really bad mistake so bad.
My opportunities have come and gone. I need to capitalize on them sooner. As Padster looking to get a touch on this, gets some support from Fervent. Frodo gets a shot on net. Goes high and wide off the bar. Again, the crossbar undefeated in this series.
Frodo's got a free shot here. He's just going to put it high. Take back possession. Give it. Just becomes a game of pulling goalies out of net once you find yourself with a wide open shot. Oh, the angle from Ski. He hit it, but he didn't hit it hard enough. Frodo, this is a self-pass if I ever saw one. Looking for the shot. Met there by Fervent at the point of attack. Harry couldn't find the second touch.
Frodo already back to win that 50-50. He wasn't even challenged by the UBCB player, which in my opinion is a mistake, as you need to be pressuring Frodo to force him into situations where he's uncomfortable.
Long before you were recording my show for me, Jordan, I had a pro named Rizzo on from G2 Esports. And I asked him if he had... Oh, that's a beautiful play by Frodo, as Frodo just wins the race there. It didn't look like a free ball, but he turned it into one. It looked like Fervent was beating it, in fact. That is not what happened. And this, I mean, Fervent was there to challenge, just not there fast enough. But the thing Rizzo said was his controlling like concept of Rocket League was, in threes at least, there should always be somebody challenging every touch. And you're seeing this from UBC. Every free ball, there's a player from UBC A there. There's not always a player from UBC B. In that case, there were two players, but they both got beat.
And you can see the outcome of that play as Ski puts one away home, putting them up 3-0 with 1:30 left on the clock here. Again, I need to, ask this UBCB team, what are you going to do? Because I don't see any holes worth poking at this point. But Padster listens to me apparently and finds a hole near the top of the crossbar on a great touch just near the half line. And I'm not sure where the defense was on the A squad there. It looks like Harry Lakers was trying to come back, but just some miscommunication on the backfield there.
I think they very reasonably thought Padster didn't have much of a shooting angle, but there is no limit to what a perfectly timed power shot in this game can do. When you hit the ball just right, it always takes the defense by surprise.
I blame the fridge. Harry Lakers looking to clear this ball out. Gets challenged quickly as Fervent puts it up center. Padster floating in the slot there. Gets demoed by Ski. Still floating in the UBCA squad side as finally it's cleared out back to the other side by Ski.
Harry just one touch. Not a lot of ball control we've seen from Harry in this finals. It's been mostly Ski and Frodo popping off. Maybe that's fine with... Maybe Harry's fine at just hang back. But he's been a player known for, he's been the ball control guy. We're not seeing that in this series a ton. 3-1 on the score. Never mind. 4-1 on the score, as it is about to be 3-1 on the series. 30 seconds left here in this game 4. UBC Vancouver A looking to put themselves on quadruple match point. No, triple match points. There we go.
And as you can see in the scoreline of this game here, it looks like UBC Vancouver A has put up over 10 shots on net already, and UBC Squad B has only put up 3. And again, how can you expect those numbers to translate into goals when you're just not peppering the other team?
Yeah, 11-3 on shots, as you said. And, four saves for Padster and the boys. That's not going to be good enough. Like I said, plenty of shots here for UBC A that were not on target and didn't need to be saved, but you have to be saving more than, like I said last time, you want to be saving more than 60% of the shots you give up at this level, and that's not what's happening. It's been just incredible placement from Ski and Frodo. In this particular game, we haven't seen Harry putting a lot of goals in this series, but that's the adjustment Pad and Fervent and Fatal are gonna have to make. Is it's just shooting accuracy at this point. They don't seem particularly outpaced to me.
No, they don't, but I think this goes back to your comment earlier. Again, it comes down to the control factor. Every time Vancouver A squad has the ball, you can see they are controlling the flow of the play. They're passing to their players with thought and communication, and they're moving with purpose. I just see reaction coming from this B squad that is not going to lead to the goals you need or the score lines you need to be competitive against this A squad.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to give you some advice Padster has given me before, because he's done some replay breakdowns for me and given me advice. You don't want to be reacting. What you want to be doing is anticipating, because this game moves far too fast for the human brain to send signals to the hands for you to react in game fast enough. It just doesn't happen. And I mean, like you said, they're having to react a lot. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Sometimes a team is just that much faster than you. I don't think that's the case here. I think they're doing the same thing that UBCO was doing for UBC Vancouver as well early, which was just giving them too much respect. Take away their time and space. Make everything annoying. Frodo can score on anybody in the world if you give him enough time. Just don't give him the time.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, Frodo can't score when he's demoed. And that's probably about the only time he can't score. So if you want to change the pace of this game, if you want to put yourselves in opportunities, you got to create those odd player situations, get those demos, get those quick reactions. As Padster's got to be smart on the back end there. Ski got a good opportunity.
Padster was handcuffed a little bit by Fervin's fake there, which is why that offensive opportunity came about for UBC Van A. Fatal is a little slow on the challenge. Pad's going to need to get a second touch, but he's drawn Fervin out, which leaves Fatal in a 1v2. Fatal's done really well here to both buy time and get the ball clear, but now it's a shot on Ski for Harry. Harry's out of boost.
And had Harry had any boost there, that was a goal. The setup was there, the touch was there, just not quite enough speed on it to direct it towards the net.
Fervin's going to take his time. He's going to go under again. He's going to beat the third man. Can Harry get back in time? No. Fervin, the low 50-50s already a minute and a half into this game. He's won 3 of them. Look at that. Ski's expecting a flip. Fervin just lets the ball roll off his head. It's the most mechanically simple way to go about that, and it's so beautiful when it works.
Now, was that Frodo on the back there that lost that last 50-50? Because that might be the first or second we've seen all tournament. Or was that Harry Lakers? I wasn't quite sure, but...
I didn't see who it was, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Immediately.
As Ski gets up on this ball, gets a nice bounce off the backboard, forces Fatal to make that play, and I hate to say it, but that would be a fatal mistake on the part of Fatal.
That's the Rocket League equivalent of scoring a goal in hockey while the guy's still announcing the last goal's assists. When they score before we can finish talking about the previous goal. 1-1, UBCA not wasting any time in responding to the opening salvo from the B team.
Padster with a good 50-50 up in the air. Challenging play, scored it all the way to the far side. Ski gets a huge demo in front of the net. Ball is up in the air. Frodo's looking for that touch. Fervent's there.
That's in.
Is it on net? It's in. Frodo. 50-50s all day long. Wins, control, goal. I can say it all day, and it's apparently not going to change because, wow.
I don't think he's thinking goal when he goes up for that, but he's just thinking win a challenge, keep this ball in the offensive half, somebody will follow up. But if you can win a challenge that hard off the ceiling in front of the net, weird things go on, and that one just found its way. That's a C9 goal right there.
Absolutely, as Frodo gets a little bit of luck in their favor on that, but again, still, solid play on the challenge. Padster up in the air. Ski looking for the quick challenge, drops down. Frodo puts it back up in the air. Harry Lakers there. Fervent says, no thank you, I want that back down to your end. Ski's got to be smart on this collection.
Oh, nearly a 50-50 right in for Pad. He's not a slouch at those himself. Bailey's going to turn, looking for control. Can he get anything going off the wall? He'll whiff. Fervent's going to turn on it, which leaves him up with low boost. And Pad on the fake challenge will let Harry just take a shot. Fatal's back in time for it.
I believe the technical term you were looking for there, Max, was faking.
Definitely a fake, definitely a fake.
Purposeful, promised? Yeah, absolutely. Fatal up in the air. Frodo again on the challenge. Has control, has boost, has support from Ski. What's going on with the touch there? Trying to get the air pinch. Not quite enough. as Fatal coming in for the challenge on the slot.
If you needed
Puts it
further,
out wide.
if you needed further proof, Jordan, UBCA is very comfy in this lobby. Frodo air dribbling up to Ski, who was pre-jumping off the ceiling there, is a pretty good indication that they feel like, even though it's only a 1-goal lead, they've got this series under control.
Absolutely. When you're looking for plays like that are, miraculous at best, it's hard to compete against. As Ski, nice touches into the slot here. Frodo's up again. Is it going to drop down? Fervent's there on the save. Great play by Fervent to keep that out of the net.
Big pressure here from UBCA, and I would imagine one more goal from them will be all she wrote for the B team here in an all UBC final. Control Alt Compete is what you're watching. It's all brought to you by Vancouver Esports Association, Mountainside Games, and the Gaming Stadium.
Big thanks to our partners today for bringing this event to us. Again, we love to see some Rocket League. We also have some great events happening next weekend with League of Legends and Valorant being showcased, as you'll see more collegiate teams competing to take home the prizing and points.
40 seconds to go. Can Padster and the boys find something, anything, to extend this series? Big save from Fervent. Pad's got to get a touch. He doesn't, which means it's Frodo's ball. He can just let the 50 come to him. Frodo wasting time. 25 seconds left. Fervent gives up possession. Pad wanted Fervent to stay upfield for that pass, I'm sure, but the comms just weren't quite there for it early enough.
Running out of time. 10 seconds left on the clock here as we're winding down in our grand finals.
Oh, Ski, you savage, just taking all the time. They need to score on this rush right here, Pad. And that's going to do it when this ball hits. Oh, it stays up. It's hit the angle. Yeah, that'll do it. There we go. Finally, UBC Van A kills the ball. Frodo with another MVP. And the UBC Vancouver Esports Association, their A team, has won this tournament. Control Alt Compete, the Rocket League side of things. Well, it was going to go to UBC either way, but it goes to the A team, Jordan. And it was just a lot of Frodo all the time.
And I do want to give shouts to this Vancouver B squad, UBC B squad, as they put up a heck of a fight. When you're competing against a team that's, legitimately above your skill level, both in MMR as well as, capacity and games played, that's a tough ask for any team. And playing against your own counterparts is even a tougher ask. So, big props to Fervent for putting up a good game. Padster again, continues to be solid in that backside, and Fatal for coming in and supporting these two guys in what was a tough series. But again, Vanovsky, Harry Lakers, bringing it home, making it pretty. Great games.
And Jordan, Control Alt Compete continues next weekend with League of Legends and Valorant tournaments. With these two, the Smash tournament, the Rocket League tournament in the books, all these universities, as you mentioned earlier on, competing for overall prowess across these four esports. UBC taking the top two spots here is going to help them big time going forward for the rest of it. Thanks to Vancouver Esports Association for putting this event together. This kind of, I would say, the first big college esports endeavor in Canada, at least in 2021. Thanks to TGS, Jordan, Jay. I don't know if Connor's there or not. Everybody in production at the gaming stadium for putting the production on. Mountainside Games, Martin Byerly, aka Zarango, for helping organize, promote, and run the event. And the colleges involved too, Jordan. UBC, SFU, Douglas, Langara, Cap University. I say colleges in the American sense. I apologize. Thompson Rivers University and the University of the Fraser Valley. And hey, and UVic was here today as well. Shouts to my alma mater. Jordan, final thoughts before we get out of here. The UBC Rocket League program remains the dominant one in BC.
As far as the Lower Mainland goes, apparently UBC has got it locked up when it comes to Rocket League. Great performances today by both the Okanagan squads and the Simon Fraser squads. And just shouts to all the competitors today for putting on a great show, playing some games, and having fun and supporting the collegiate esports scene. And again, as you said, Max, huge thanks to MSG, the Gaming Stadium, and Vancouver Esports Association for putting on this event and supporting collegiate esports.
And because when I was listing people, you always forget one person. Thank you to Janelle as well for helping kind of the granular nitty-gritty tournament admin stuff, helping to make servers and stuff like that. As I said, Mountainside Games, VEA, and the Gaming Stadium will be back next weekend with the rest of Control Alt Compete as these colleges and universities continue to compete across 4 esports to see who reigns supreme in BC. For Jordan, for everybody else in production, for all the players, for Frodo's Flip Resets, I'm Max. Thank you so much for watching tonight, and we will see you next weekend.
Thank you very much.
Smash that. Always not far away from us, not far away from us. There's something better for us. Oh, it's not far away from us. Look for the moon and cross your heart. There's something better for us. There's something better for always not far away from us, not far away from us. There's something better for Oh, it's not far away from us. Look for the moon and cross your heart. There's something better for us. You're like the moon and the stars. You're my shadow, you're my light through the dark. And anything you do turns to art. I hear it calling, calling for me.